I drove up to the cabin on a Wednesday morning in early October. The air was already starting to change, cooler, sharper. Leaves were yellowing along the tree lines, and the sky had that pale gray color it gets when the wind is about to turn. The road was all gravel and full of dips and ruts that made the truck shudder with every few feet. I hadn't been up this way in years. The cabin belonged to my uncle before he passed. Small thing. No running water, no power, no cell reception. Just wood nailed to wood and a chimney that leaned to one side like a tired old man. After the funeral, nobody wanted it. My cousins didn't have time for it, and my aunt hated the woods. I asked if I could take it. Figured I'd fix it up, use it as a place to get away. That first morning, I was just glad to be alone. I had brought enough food and water for a week, and I had tools in the back of the truck. Hammer, nails, a battery-powered drill, and a jigsaw. I had a box of lanterns, a bunch of batteries, and an old camping stove. No reason to leave until I was ready. I parked beside the cabin, kicked open the door, and stood for a minute in the doorway. The air inside smelled like dry rot and mouse droppings. There were old beer bottles in the corners and what looked like a raccoon's nest under the wood stove. I opened the windows to let the stale air out. The wind brought in that cold pine smell and the sound of leaves dragging along the forest floor. There wasn't a single sound of a car, plane, or person. I spent most of the day cleaning, tossed out broken furniture, cleared out a dead squirrel from one of the drawers. I swept until my arms were sore. When I was done, the place still looked old and beat up, but it felt like mine. That night, I cooked chili over the stove and sat on the porch with a jacket pulled tight around me, staring out into the woods. It was quiet in a way you forget when you live around other people. Not just the lack of sound, but the total absence of anything. No lights, no voices, just the trees, just me. I slept deep that first night, under a wool blanket that smelled like dust. But something woke me up around 3 a.m. It wasn't a sound, exactly, just a kind of awareness, like I'd been asleep and then my body just decided to stop being unconscious. I sat up slowly, listening. Nothing. Then, just faintly, I heard what sounded like a twig snapping. Could have been anything. A deer, maybe a raccoon. I told myself not to be stupid, but I still stayed up for another hour, lying stiff under the blanket, listening for anything else. I finally drifted off again when the sky started to lighten with dawn. The next morning, I didn't think much of it. I chopped wood, patched up part of the cabin's roof where the water had been seeping in. I kept busy. I didn't hear anything strange that day, and by nightfall, I was too tired to worry about the woods. I went to bed with a full stomach and a clear head. But again, right around 3, I woke up. This time I knew why. There was a sound outside, a steady crunching of leaves. It was slow, uneven, not like an animal moving fast or in a hurry, more like someone walking. I held my breath, trying to pick out a rhythm to it. Then it stopped. Silence. I stayed still, eyes wide open in the dark. I hadn't brought a gun. Stupid. I had a hatchet in the tool bag, but that was across the room. I didn't move. After 10 minutes or so, I finally forced myself to get up, slow and quiet. I reached the window and peeked out. The trees were just shapes, tall, black columns against a slightly less black sky. I didn't see anything. I didn't sleep again that night. The sound didn't come back, but my nerves were shot. I lay there staring at the ceiling, heart pounding every time the wind shifted. By sunrise, I had convinced myself it was nothing, maybe a moose or a black bear passing through. I made coffee on the camp stove and went out to check around the cabin. Nothing, no tracks I could see, just pine needles and leaves. Still, I couldn't shake it. That night, I brought the hatchet to bed with me. The next day, I found something. About 50 yards into the woods behind the cabin, I noticed something caught in a bush. It was a piece of blue tarp, ripped on one edge. I recognized it. It wasn't mine, but it looked like the same kind of tarp I'd seen used to make temporary shelters, like for camping. I figured maybe some hikers had been through and dropped it. The woods went on for miles. People got lost out here all the time. Still, I got a bad feeling when I touched it, like it had been out there too long. It was wet, covered in bits of hair. Animal, I hoped. That night, I locked the door. Not that it would do much good, it was just a piece of wood on a hinge, but it made me feel better. I placed the hatchet beside me and kept the lantern burning low. Sure enough, around 3:12 a.m., I heard it again. This time I was sure. It was footsteps. Not heavy, not fast, but steady. Crunch, pause, crunch, pause. It circled the cabin. I could hear it move from one side to the other, then stop, then start again. I didn't move. I barely breathed. Then I heard the door handle move, just a soft rattle. Slow, testing. I sat up and gripped the hatchet tight. The door held. I waited. No knock, no voice, just silence. After a minute, the handle stopped moving. I heard the steps again, then nothing. It didn't come back that night. I didn't sleep. At first light, I grabbed the hatchet and went outside. My eyes were burning from lack of sleep and my jaw ached from clenching it all night. I circled the cabin. The ground was disturbed in a few places, but nothing clear. I walked out into the woods, circling wider and wider until I found something that made my stomach turn. Fire pit, cold now, half buried under leaves. A few feet from it, an old blanket, wet and moldy, and beside that, a pair of boots. Not new, worn down, too big for a kid, but not quite adult-sized either. I didn't touch anything. I went back to the cabin, packed my bag, and drove into town. It took over 2 hours to reach the ranger station. The man inside didn't look surprised when I told him. He just nodded slowly and asked me to show him. We drove back together in his truck. He had a sidearm and kept one hand near it the whole time. When we got to the fire pit, he crouched and studied the boots. Then he looked at me and asked how long I'd been there. I told him 5 days. He said they'd been looking for someone. A teenager, 17, went missing about 2 months ago. No trace, no tent, no phone. Just vanished. He said the boots matched. I asked him what he thought happened. He said he didn't know. Maybe the kid got lost and went feral. Maybe someone else was out there. Either way, he told me I shouldn't come back alone. I haven't been back since. The cabin is still there, I guess. I didn't sell it. Part of me wants to tear it down, burn the whole place to the ground. But another part of me feels like it's better left alone. Sometimes, when I wake up in the middle of the night back at home, I still hear that crunching sound in my head. That slow, steady walking. I don't know who or what was out there, but I know it wasn't a ghost. It wasn't a monster. It was a person, and I think that's worse. It started as a simple plan to disconnect for a while. I'd been working nonstop for nearly 8 months. No days off, barely any sleep, just cycling between my job, my apartment, and whatever food I could shove into my mouth before falling asleep. My body was giving out. I had chest pains at night, my eyes twitched constantly, and I couldn't remember the last time I laughed at anything. I needed a break, not a weekend off, not a lazy day watching Netflix. I needed real distance from people, from noise, from my life. I booked the cabin on a whim. I was browsing listings one night and saw it tucked at the bottom of some cheap vacation rental site. No flashy photos, just a few plain shots of a weathered wood cabin buried deep in the forest of Marion Ridge. I'd never heard of the place before. It wasn't part of any park, not popular with hikers, not mentioned in any travel blogs. The ad said it was peacefully remote and perfect for solitude. That was all I needed to hear. I packed light. A few pairs of clothes, my hiking boots, some canned food, a small cooler, a camp stove just in case, a power bank, and a couple of old paperbacks I hadn't gotten around to reading. I figured I'd be there 4 days, maybe 5 if I liked it. The drive out was uneventful. I took I-81 south until I got to a local highway, then followed smaller and smaller roads until my GPS stopped giving directions and the map just became a blank stretch of green with a dot in the middle. I drove another 40 minutes on a dirt road that curved through dense woods and then finally saw it. The cabin. It was smaller than I expected. Just 1 story, 1 room, and a porch that sagged a bit under the weight of time. The roof looked solid though, and there was a small shed about 20 feet behind it. No nearby houses, no trails, no power lines. Just trees in every direction. It was quiet, uncomfortably quiet at first. I stood there for a while with the car still running, listening for anything. Birds, wind, anything. Nothing. It was like the whole forest was holding its breath. The key had been left under a stone beside the steps, just like the owner had said. Inside, the cabin smelled of dust and old wood. It was clean though, bare bones but functional. There was a small cot, a wood stove, a table with 2 chairs, and a kitchenette with a rust-stained sink that ran water when I turned the faucet. No electricity, no Wi-Fi, no reception. Exactly what I wanted. The first night was calm. I made some soup on my little camp stove, read a few chapters of an old mystery novel, and then lay on the cot listening to the wind moving through the trees. When I finally drifted off, I felt more at peace than I had in months. But the second day was different. I woke up early, made some coffee, and decided to explore a little. There were no marked trails, but the woods were easy enough to walk through. No thick underbrush, just tall trees with moss-covered trunks and soft pine needles on the ground. After a couple of hours, I came across something strange. A ring of stones, not big, maybe 2 feet across. Inside it, the ground was blackened. It looked like an old fire pit, but something about it didn't feel right. The stones were too neatly arranged, and the ashes inside had no wood pieces, just fine powder, like it had burned clean. I stared at it for a while, then moved on. About a mile deeper, I found something worse. A deer carcass, torn open from chest to belly. The ribs were showing, clean of meat. There were flies buzzing around, and the smell was sour and sharp. I assumed a bear or coyote got to it, but what bothered me was how fresh it was. The blood was still wet, dark red against the fur, and around it, the ground had been disturbed. I saw deep gouges in the soil, like something had dragged the deer from a distance. I backed away and headed straight back to the cabin. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every sound outside made me tense. Branches creaked in the wind. I thought I heard footsteps once, slow, heavy ones, but when I sat up and held my breath, there was nothing. I checked the window a dozen times but saw only trees and dark. By the 3rd day, the peace was gone. I kept thinking about the deer, about how unnatural that fire pit looked, about the way the woods had fallen silent the moment I arrived. I told myself I was overreacting, just tired, maybe even a little paranoid from being alone. Still, I decided to leave the next day. Before I went to sleep, I packed everything except what I needed for the morning. 1 change of clothes, my car keys, some food. I double-checked the door lock. It was just a simple latch, but it felt better than nothing. That night, I woke up to a noise outside. It was close, right up against the cabin wall. A kind of dragging sound, slow, like something heavy being pulled across the porch. I sat up, heart pounding, ears straining. Then it stopped. For a few minutes, there was nothing. I lay there in the dark, frozen. Then came another sound, quieter this time. A click, then another. Took me a second to realize it was the doorknob turning. Turned twice slowly, then silence. I didn't move. I barely breathed. I just stared at the door, waiting. But it never opened. Whoever or whatever was out there didn't force it. They just tried the handle and left. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. At first light, I grabbed my things and ran for the car. The morning fog was thick and wet, clinging to my skin. I was almost to the car when I stopped. There were tracks in the dirt. They weren't boots or shoes. They were bare feet, large, wide feet, with toes spread unnaturally far apart. And they weren't just walking. They were dragging something. A long, broken line ran between them like a rope or maybe something heavier. I wanted to leave right then, but the car wouldn't start. I sat there for 10 minutes, turning the key over and over. Nothing. No click, no engine, nothing. The battery wasn't dead. It had been fine yesterday. I popped the hood, checked the cables, the fuse box. I didn't know much about engines, but nothing looked obviously wrong. I slammed the hood shut and looked back at the cabin. And there it was, on the porch, sitting right where I had left my cooler the day before, was the deer's head. Its eyes were gone. Its mouth hung open, tongue split down the middle. There was a piece of something in its mouth. fabric. I walked slowly closer. It was part of my shirt. One I'd worn the first day and thrown in the laundry bag. That meant someone had been inside. I didn't go back inside. I walked straight into the woods, away from the cabin, away from the car, in the opposite direction of everything. I didn't know where I was going. I just knew I couldn't stay. I walked for hours. No phone, no GPS, no food, just the clothes on my back and a small knife in my pocket. Every few minutes, I stopped and listened. I heard things now. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling, far-off thumps that could have been footsteps or branches falling. I didn't care. I kept walking. By late afternoon, I found a logging road. It was old and overgrown, but it was a sign of civilization. I followed it until night fell, then climbed a tree and tied myself to a thick branch with my belt. I didn't sleep. I just sat there, eyes wide, knife in hand, listening to the forest around me breathe and shift. In the morning, I kept walking. Eventually, I saw a pickup truck parked on the side of the road and waved it down. The guy who picked me up didn't ask questions. He just drove me to the nearest town, and I didn't say a word until I got cell service and called the police. They investigated the cabin. I never went back. They found it just like I'd left it. The deer head was gone, and so were the footprints. No sign of anyone, but they found scratch marks on the inside of the shed. Deep ones, gouged into the walls, like someone had been locked in there and tried to claw their way out. No one could explain them. The car was towed and inspected. The starter relay had been ripped out, manually. Whoever did it had known what they were doing. The listing for the cabin disappeared a few days later. The rental site claimed they never had anything listed in Marion Ridge. I showed them the receipt, the confirmation email, the photos. They said the account had been deleted months ago. No record of who posted it. No way to trace it. I changed my number, moved to a new apartment, took time off work, real time this time. But the nightmares still come. Not about the cabin, not even about the thing that tried the door. The dreams are about the fire pit and what was burned clean in it. I had always thought that getting away from the noise of the city for a while would do me good. A weekend retreat to a remote cabin in the woods sounded perfect. A chance to escape the chaos of everyday life. It was an impulse decision, really driven by the need to reset my mind. I found a place online. Cheap, no frills, just what I needed. The location looked idyllic, isolated, surrounded by trees, away from the bustle of civilization. It seemed too perfect to be true. The cabin itself was simple. A small, wooden structure with a slanted roof and a wide porch that wrapped around one side. The photos posted by the owner showed it nestled at the edge of a dense forest, with a pristine lake a short walk away. The place seemed charming in its rustic way, and I could imagine the peace and solitude it would offer. So, without much thought, I booked it for the weekend. The drive there was uneventful. A couple of hours of winding roads through endless fields, small towns, and eventually nothing but trees. The GPS signal was spotty, and the further I went, the less connected I felt. There was no signal at all when I finally arrived at the cabin, just trees and silence. It was late afternoon when I pulled into the gravel driveway. The cabin stood as it had in the pictures, a solitary structure just as described. The surrounding woods stretched far beyond the clearing, their dark shadows beginning to creep in as the sun started to dip below the horizon. I grabbed my bag from the trunk, stretching my stiff legs. The air was still and cold for late spring, and the faint smell of pine and earth mixed with the crisp air. I couldn't hear anything. No birds, no rustling leaves, just complete quiet. It was unsettling, but I shrugged it off. Nature, right? I stepped inside, the door creaking on its hinges, the smell of wood and dust immediately hitting my nose. The cabin was small but comfortable. A large stone fireplace dominated one wall of the living room, with a few mismatched chairs and a couch around it. The kitchen was tucked into one corner, old but functional, with a small table near the window that offered a view of the woods. I set my bag down and took a deep breath. It was the perfect escape. The first evening passed quietly. I unpacked, made a simple dinner, and spent the time reading by the fire. The isolation was peaceful, though it felt a little strange being so far removed from everything. There was no one around for miles. I had no neighbors, no phone service, nothing. It was just me and the trees. It was exactly what I had wanted. But as the night wore on, a strange unease began to settle in. It was subtle at first, just a nagging feeling in the back of my mind that something wasn't quite right. I dismissed it as my imagination, the result of being in a new place. The wind had picked up, and the trees outside groaned in the breeze, their branches scratching against the cabin's walls. There was no moon that night, and the darkness outside seemed to press in closer than usual. I tried to brush it off, telling myself that it was just the quiet, the isolation making me anxious. But the more I sat there, the more it felt as if the cabin wasn't quite as empty as it should have been. I checked the windows, but everything was still. No signs of animals, no movement in the woods, just the silence. Still, that creeping feeling didn't go away. I woke up in the middle of the night. The fire had died down to embers, casting faint shadows across the room. The cabin was pitch black, and the silence was deafening. I lay there for a moment, listening, my heart starting to race. There was something odd about the air, a heaviness that seemed to press against my chest. The feeling of being watched. I chalked it up to the darkness and tried to go back to sleep. But then I heard it. A faint sound, footsteps, distant and irregular. My body tensed, and my mind went into overdrive. It was far off, barely perceptible, but it was there. The crunch of leaves, the snap of a twig. I sat up in bed, holding my breath, straining to listen. The sound stopped, and for a moment, I wondered if I had imagined it. But then it came again, closer this time. I wasn't alone. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand, but of course, there was no signal. My pulse raced, and I felt a cold sweat break out on my skin. The footsteps were closer now, coming from outside, just beyond the edge of the porch. I couldn't see anything through the window, the glass too thick with the night's blackness, but I knew someone was out there. Someone was watching. I debated whether to go outside and check, but the idea made my stomach turn. What if it was someone dangerous? What if I wasn't alone in this cabin after all? I stayed still, holding my breath, trying to keep quiet. The footsteps grew fainter, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being hunted. I stayed awake for the rest of the night, my eyes never leaving the window, my body tense and alert. In the morning, I went outside, carefully stepping onto the porch. There were no signs of anyone nearby, no footprints in the dirt, no marks on the ground. The forest was as still and empty as ever. The cabin was just as I had left it. Still, I couldn't shake the unease. It felt as though someone had been there, watching me, just out of sight. The rest of the day passed without incident. I spent it walking around the lake, trying to shake off the strange feeling from the night before. But that nagging sense of being followed, of being watched, never fully left me. The wind seemed to whisper through the trees, and every so often, I would turn around, half expecting to see someone standing behind me. As evening approached, I made my way back to the cabin, feeling more and more on edge. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the ground. The quiet was almost oppressive, broken only by the occasional rustle of the trees. I was cooking dinner when I heard it again, the footsteps. This time, they were closer, almost at the cabin. I froze, knife halfway through cutting vegetables. My breath caught in my throat. I looked out the window, but all I saw was the empty forest, the trees swaying gently in the wind. The footsteps stopped, but I could feel the tension, the threat, hanging in the air. I waited for what felt like hours, listening, watching, but nothing happened. As the night wore on, I felt a bit of relief. I convinced myself that I had been hearing things, that it was just the isolation playing tricks on my mind. But when I went to bed, I locked the door behind me and shoved a chair under the handle, just in case. That night, I heard the footsteps again, closer than ever. This time, I didn't wait. I grabbed my flashlight and crept to the door. The cabin was still and dark, every shadow sharp in the beam of light. I opened the door slowly, heart pounding in my chest, ready to face whatever or whoever was out there. And then I saw it, a figure standing just beyond the porch, half hidden in the trees. It was tall, too tall, and unmoving. My breath caught in my throat, and for a moment, I thought I might faint. I tried to call out, but my voice died in my throat. The figure remained motionless, and I realized with a sickening twist in my stomach that it wasn't a person. It wasn't even human. The shape was too tall, its limbs unnaturally long. The way it stood, rigid, like it was waiting, was terrifying. And yet, I couldn't move. I was frozen, my mind struggling to comprehend what I was seeing. It didn't make a sound as it stepped forward, its feet making no noise on the ground. I was paralyzed with fear, my body locked in place. The flashlight flickered, then died, plunging the scene back into darkness. I didn't know what happened after that. I should start this with the truth. All of it. The kind of truth that tastes bitter and thick in your throat. The kind that doesn't let you sleep right after. I don't care how it sounds. You can think I made it all up if that helps you get through it easier. But I lived it, and I'm not the same person I was before I went up there. It started when I decided to take some time off. I work freelance, writing content for websites, editing long articles, ghostwriting books I'll never put my name on. The work's always there, but my mind was frayed. I had spent months in the city, closed in by noise, screens, light, and voices. I couldn't focus anymore. I was barely sleeping. It felt like I was losing pieces of myself just being around people all the time. So I booked a cabin. Not one of those kitschy getaways with spa tubs and internet. I found a listing buried on a forum, a small log cabin in the Adirondacks. No Wi-Fi, no reception, no close neighbors. Just 4 miles off a service road with a rough gravel path that snaked into dense woods. The guy who rented it to me never even asked my name. Just told me to wire him a deposit and he'd leave the key in a box nailed to the porch post. That should have been my first clue. I packed light. Some clothes, a cooler with a few days worth of food, a propane stove, notebooks, a few books, a hatchet, and my .38 pistol. I'm not a gun nut, but my uncle taught me to shoot when I was young. The cabin was deep in black bear territory. I figured if something big came sniffing around, it might give me a second or two. The drive up was quiet. Long stretches of road that got thinner and bumpier the deeper I went. Pines gave way to thicker, tangled trees with moss hanging low and the sky pressing down. I turned off onto a nearly invisible dirt path around 3 in the afternoon. It was choked with weeds, barely wide enough for my Subaru. Every 100 yards or so I had to get out and toss a branch or a fallen tree limb aside. Eventually, the road widened just enough for me to park in front of a clearing where the cabin sat hunched, like it didn't want to be seen. It was smaller than I expected, maybe 20 feet by 15. The logs were gray and splintered, the roof sagged in the middle, and the windows looked like they hadn't been cleaned since the 80s. But it held a kind of quiet. Not peaceful exactly, but still. The kind of quiet that sounds like pressure, like your eardrums are waiting for something to happen. The key was in the box like the guy said, rusted brass, cold in my hand. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. It smelled old, dry wood, mildew, dust, and something I couldn't place, faintly sour. The floor creaked like it was talking to itself. There was one room, a small wood stove, a cot with a thin mattress, a table with 2 chairs, and a set of shelves with a few cans of food and a half-used roll of duct tape. Someone had left a hunting knife stuck in the table. There was a small water pump outside and an outhouse about 50 feet into the trees. I spent the rest of the afternoon unpacking, checking out the area. There was a small stream about half a mile west and animal tracks everywhere. Mostly deer, some raccoon. I saw a bear scat, old and dry, but it reminded me to keep my food sealed and high. That first night was quiet. I sat on the porch for a while, listening to the trees creak. The wind moved slow through them, like it was dragging chains. I lit a lantern inside, read for a while, and drifted off early. The kind of sleep that doesn't feel like sleep at all, just a black pit you fall into. The first 2 days were fine. I woke up with the sun, boiled coffee on the stove, wrote for hours. went on walks, cleared my head. The silence got into my bones in a good way. I started to feel like a person again. My breathing slowed. My thoughts stopped racing. I barely even looked at my phone, which stayed dark in a drawer anyway, no service. But the third night changed everything. It was late, maybe around 1 a.m. I had been asleep for a few hours. I woke up without knowing why. You know that feeling when something pulls you out of sleep but your brain hasn't caught up yet? That was me, just laying there, heart ticking a little too fast. I listened. Nothing. Not even the usual rustling or tree creaks. Just this thick silence, like the forest was holding its breath. Then I heard it. A thud. Soft, but distinct. Not like a branch falling or something natural. It was deliberate. Close. I sat up. My skin felt tight, like the air had dropped 10 degrees. I reached for the flashlight beside the cot and scanned the room. Empty. I stood slowly, listening. Another thud, closer this time, came from the direction of the porch. I killed the lantern and stood in the dark. My hand went to the pistol on the shelf. I didn't want to use it. I didn't want to need it. But something wasn't right. I stepped to the window and looked out through a crack in the wood slats. There was a man standing at the edge of the clearing. Just standing there. He wasn't moving, not swaying or pacing, just still, facing the cabin. His clothes were dark, hard to make out, but he wasn't wearing a backpack or carrying anything. His arms hung straight at his sides. He was too far away to see clearly, but close enough that I could tell he wasn't supposed to be there. Not this deep in the woods, not at that hour. I watched him for what felt like forever. He didn't move. Eventually, I backed away from the window and sat on the floor, pressing my back against the cot. I held the gun in both hands and waited. Nothing. I didn't sleep that night. When the sun came up, I crept outside. There was no sign of him. No tracks, though the ground was covered in pine needles. No scuffed earth. No broken branches. I told myself I imagined it. Sleep deprivation. Shadows. Maybe a hunter lost in the woods. Maybe. That day I didn't write. I barely ate. I spent hours walking in circles around the cabin, trying to spot any sign of someone being out there. Nothing. The woods were thick, but not endless. I would have heard someone crashing through them. I kept the pistol on me the whole day. That night, I didn't light the lantern. I stayed in the dark, crouched low beside the window, waiting. At 2:17 a.m., I saw him again. Closer, maybe 30 feet from the cabin this time. Just inside the tree line. Same posture, same stillness. I could feel my heartbeat in my teeth. I didn't move. I barely breathed. He stayed there for almost an hour. Then he walked away, slowly, no rush. I didn't sleep again. The next morning, I found something hanging from the front door. A dead squirrel, his throat slit, tied to the door handle with fishing line. I threw up behind the cabin. My stomach turned to stone. This wasn't some lost hiker. This was someone playing a game, a sick game, and I didn't know the rules. I packed my gear. I was done. I was ready to leave, but the car wouldn't start. Battery dead. I tried everything. Jumped it with a portable charger. Checked the cables. Nothing. I don't know if he messed with it or if it just died on its own. But I was stuck. I tried my phone again. No signal. I had one choice, hike out. But the road was 4 miles of dense woods with no guarantee he wouldn't be waiting somewhere along it. Still, I had to try. I packed my bag, took the gun, a flashlight, water, and started walking. Not even 20 minutes in, I found the first trap. It was simple, a rope snare stretched low across the path. Easy to miss. If I hadn't been looking down, I would have walked right into it and broken my damn leg. I cut it, kept going. 50 yards later, another one. This time a pit covered with branches. Not deep, but lined with sharpened sticks. Someone had spent time on these. Days, maybe longer. I turned back. When I got to the cabin, something had changed. The knife was gone from the table. I know I didn't move it. I would have remembered. I didn't sleep again. I stayed up, back against the wall, pistol in my lap, flashlight off. At 3:40 a.m., he came again. Closer, right on the edge of the clearing, maybe 15 feet away. This time he crouched. He stayed like that for almost an hour. Then he stood and walked off. Couldn't breathe right. My vision kept narrowing. I kept picturing him rushing the door, busting through the window, dragging me out. I knew I had to make a run for it during the day, traps or not. I couldn't last another night. I waited for dawn. Then I started walking. I moved slow, methodical, checking every few feet for more traps. Found 2 more. One with broken glass under leaves. One wired with fishing hooks at head height. By the time I made it to the end of the dirt path and reached the main road, my legs were shaking. I walked another 3 miles before I got cell signal. Called 911. They found the cabin, found the traps, never found him, but they found something else. Inside a hollowed-out tree about 50 yards from the clearing, they found a small camp. Tarps, rope, a backpack with protein bars and tools, a set of binoculars. I was 2 months into a kind of burnout that made every sound feel too loud and every light too bright. I had been working 70-hour weeks in an office that didn't believe in silence. Phones rang constantly. The lights never dimmed. I hadn't slept through the night in weeks, and something inside me was unraveling. One night, around 2 in the morning, I finally made the decision. I was sitting on my bathroom floor, fully clothed, my arms locked around my knees. I wasn't crying, but it felt like I had. My face was tight, my throat sore. I booked a week off work the next morning and started looking for somewhere remote to disappear into. I found the cabin on a travel site that specialized in rural getaways. It was buried deep in the North Woods, 3 hours from the nearest airport. A place advertised as off-grid, but still with a wood stove, running water, and solar-powered lights. No Wi-Fi, no cell reception, no neighbors, no roads visible from the windows. Just one dirt path that led off a forgotten county road and ended at a clearing surrounded by thick pine trees. I rented it for 8 days. I packed clothes, food, 2 jugs of water just in case, a flashlight, extra batteries, and a thick stack of books I'd been meaning to read. I didn't tell many people where I was going. Just my boss and a cousin I rarely saw. Felt better that way. I wanted to disappear for a while. The drive was long but easy enough. I took a flight to a small airport in northern Minnesota, rented a Jeep from a man who looked like he didn't ask a lot of questions, and followed a printed map into the woods. The roads turned from paved to gravel to dirt. The trees pressed in. My cell signal dropped to 0 a few miles in. The air felt different out there, sharper, colder, and cleaner. When I reached the cabin, it looked exactly like the photos. 1 story, weathered wood siding, a small porch with a couple of old chairs. The front door had a heavy latch and a lock with a long, rusty key. Inside, it was cleaner than I expected. Sparse but not uncomfortable. A table with 2 chairs, a wood-burning stove, a bed with wool blankets, a little counter with a hand pump sink. No mirror, no TV, just a small bookshelf, a couple of pans, and a quiet that settled like dust on your skin. The first day passed slowly. I lit a fire in the stove, sat on the porch with a book, and listened to the trees. The wind had a low, constant hum. Birds came and went. I didn't see a single person or even a car. I went to bed early. The silence was so complete, I thought I wouldn't be able to sleep. But I did, heavily. The second day was the same. I read. I cooked something easy on the little camp stove I'd brought. I took a walk down the dirt road, just far enough to lose sight of the cabin. The forest was beautiful. Towering pines, fallen branches. The ground was soft and covered with dry needles. I didn't see any animals, but I saw signs. Tracks, nests, stripped bark. I felt calm for the first time in weeks. At night, I sat by the fire and wrote in a notebook I'd brought, trying to figure out why I'd waited so long to do something like this. The third day was when things started to feel off. It was small at first. I noticed the firewood I'd stacked next to the door looked different than I'd left it. Just slightly neater, like someone had res-tacked it. I told myself maybe I'd done it and forgotten. I'd been tired, distracted. Later, While I was making tea, I heard something soft outside, like footsteps. I froze, cup in hand. But when I looked out the window, there was nothing, just trees. The wind didn't feel any stronger than usual. I stood there for a long time, waiting for it again, but I didn't hear anything else. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking I heard movement outside. It was hard to tell. The forest was always making noise, branches shifting, the wind sighing through the needles. But these sounds felt heavier, more deliberate. I got up twice to check the door. It was still locked. I told myself I was being paranoid. The fourth day, I went on another walk. I brought my flashlight and a small hatchet I'd found in the cabin. I wasn't scared exactly, but I didn't like the way my skin felt when I stepped off the porch, like I was being watched. The dirt path stretched out like a tunnel between the trees. After 20 minutes, I noticed something strange. A second trail branching off to the left. It was narrower, less used, almost hidden. I didn't remember seeing it before. I stood there for a minute, staring into it, then turned around. I didn't want to know where it led. That night, I brought the hatchet inside and set it next to the bed. I didn't light a fire. I didn't want the light drawing attention. The fifth day, I found footprints. They were in the soft ground near the back of the cabin, close to where the trees started. Deep and clear, bigger than mine. Bare feet, no shoes, no socks, 5 toes. The heels were uneven, like the person had a limp or one leg shorter than the other. I counted at least 8 prints, all heading toward the cabin. None going back. The air felt too still, the trees too quiet. I walked the whole perimeter of the cabin. I didn't see anyone, but I kept thinking about that side trail I hadn't gone down. The idea that someone might be living out here, far off-grid, maybe watching me. I didn't sleep that night. I laid in bed with the hatchet in my hand, eyes fixed on the door, every creak of the floorboards settling into my chest like a nail. Around 3 in the morning, I heard a knock, one soft on the back wall. I didn't move, not for minutes, not until the cold started to seep through the blankets. When the sun came up, I packed everything. I didn't eat, I didn't clean. I threw my clothes in the bag, grabbed the flashlight and the hatchet, and bolted the cabin door behind me. The Jeep was 20 feet from the cabin, parked beneath a tree. It was gone. Not stolen, just gone. No tire tracks, no drag marks, just empty earth where it had been. I walked in wide circles, thinking maybe I'd misremembered where I left it. But no, the Jeep was gone. I stood there for nearly an hour, brain spinning. No cell signal, no vehicle, miles from the nearest paved road. I had no choice but to start walking. I took the main dirt path, not the hidden one. I walked for 3 hours, then 4. I didn't see another person or even a bird. I began to worry I had walked in the wrong direction. The trees all looked the same. I hadn't brought a compass. I didn't have a GPS. When I stopped to rest, I saw something else. Nailed to a tree just off the path was a strip of cloth. Red, frayed, almost like a torn shirt sleeve. Fresh, not faded. And on the ground beneath it, a rusted soup can filled with what looked like ashes and hair. I didn't touch it. I didn't get closer. I kept walking. By nightfall, I was still in the woods. The light was dying fast. I didn't have a tent, just a flashlight and the clothes on my back. I found a shallow dip between 2 trees and huddled there. I didn't sleep. I just stared out into the black between the trees, heart beating so loud it felt like a signal. At some point in the night, I saw someone. Not clearly, just a shape, tall, thin, standing between 2 trees, 30 feet away, too still. I didn't blink. I didn't move. I just stared. And after a long time, it stepped backward into the trees and was gone. The 6th day, I ran. My legs were stiff and my back ached. But I didn't stop. I ran until my lungs burned and my hands shook. I found a creek and followed it downstream, hoping it would lead to a road. Didn't. Instead, it led to a shack, smaller than the cabin, made of scrap wood and tarps, surrounded by rusted tools and cans, animal bones hanging from string. I didn't go inside. Couldn't. I turned and kept walking, legs like dead weight. That night, I heard a voice. Not words, just a low sound, almost like humming. It lasted for hours. It never got closer. It never stopped. The seventh day, I collapsed. I fell on a slope and twisted my ankle. The pain was blinding. I crawled for a while, dragging myself through pine needles and dirt. I found another trail, this one clearly used. Deep footprints, some recent. I followed it. Hours later, I saw a sign. Faded wood. No words, just a red X. Then a noise behind me, twigs snapping. I didn't turn around. I ran, ankle screaming, and didn't stop until I hit gravel. A road, a real one. Pickup truck came by an hour later. I stepped into the middle of the road and waved my arms until the man stopped. He looked at me like I was a ghost. I didn't speak. I just climbed into the bed of the truck when he offered, and we drove. He dropped me in the next town over. I didn't thank him. I couldn't find the words. I bought a burner phone at a gas station and called a cab. I left everything behind. I never reported anything. Not the missing Jeep. Not the cabin. I didn't want anyone to know I'd been there. That was a year ago. It was late February, the coldest stretch of winter in Ravine Ridge. I didn't know anyone who had ever heard of the place, and that was part of the draw. It was out in the backcountry of Montana, a few miles off a service road that hadn't seen pavement in decades. The listing said it was a solitary wilderness experience. No neighbors, no cell reception, no internet. Just a narrow wood cabin built on the slope of a frozen ridge, with a river running about half a mile down below. It had a wood-burning stove, a pantry stocked with dry goods, and a loft bed that looked out toward a valley I figured would be stunning in the snow. I wasn't looking for comfort. I was looking for silence. I had just turned 34. My job had taken a hard turn after a merger, and I knew I was going to be laid off as soon as the new guys got their hands around everything. I wasn't married. My apartment lease was ending, and it just felt like my life had run out of speed. I wanted to be away from all of it for a little while, somewhere quiet, somewhere cold. I parked my truck where the service road ended. There was a chain-link gate across it with a heavy rusted lock, and snow showed the rest of the way in with a small sled of supplies. I packed light. Mostly I relied on the canned and dried food already in the cabin, and I brought a few books, a flashlight, a hunting knife, and a revolver. Not because I expected trouble, but because people are people and Montana is huge. The cabin was older than it looked in the pictures. Logs stacked thick and tight, but the chinking between them was brittle and cracked in some places. The door was warped and had to be pulled hard against the frame to latch, and the lock was just a simple slide bolt from the inside. No power, no gas, but the stove worked fine, and I found more than enough firewood under the eaves. Inside smelled like cold wood and old metal, with a hint of mouse droppings. The loft was narrow, just wide enough for a mattress and a sleeping bag, and the windows were cloudy with years of frost and dust. By the second night, the quiet started to feel unnatural. It wasn't peaceful like I expected. It was heavy. When the wind didn't blow, there wasn't a sound at all. No birds, no creaking trees. Even the river down the slope must have been mostly frozen, because I never heard the rush of water. Just the occasional sigh of wood as the cabin shifted with the cold, or the soft clack of ice falling off the roof and hitting the porch. I filled my days with routine. Chop wood, boil snow for water, eat, read. Sometimes I would go outside and walk through the trees along the slope, taking in the white-drowned valley. The snow was waist-deep in places, and there were no paths, no footprints but mine. Just bare pines standing motionless in all directions. The third night was when things started to feel off. It started with a single noise. I was in the loft, wrapped in the sleeping bag, the fire dying out below. I had the flashlight near me, the revolver tucked inside my boot next to the bed. I wasn't scared, just prepared. It must have been around 1 or 2 a.m. when I heard it. A snap. Not inside. Outside. It wasn't the wind. It was too sharp, too deliberate, like a branch underfoot. I sat up, held my breath. Nothing else followed. Just stillness. I waited maybe 10 minutes, listening hard. The window above the loft bed looked down the slope, and with the moon out, The snow reflected enough light to see the tops of the trees. I saw nothing moving. I lay back down eventually, but I didn't sleep much. Next morning, I checked around the cabin. No tracks. I even circled the slope to look from every angle. The snow was undisturbed, too deep for anything to come near without leaving signs. By midday, I convinced myself it had been ice cracking off a tree or something falling from the roof. Things like that happen in winter. That's what I told myself. But that night, it happened again. Around the same time. This time, 2 snaps. One after the other. The second was louder. I got up quietly and opened the latch on the loft window. I stuck my head out into the freezing air. The wind was moving a little, brushing the tops of the trees down the slope. The forest was dark. Still no sound. I stayed up the rest of that night. I kept the fire low, flashlight off. Just waited, but there was nothing else. No more noises. I was tired, but I didn't want to risk missing anything. Day 5. I noticed something strange on the trail where I snowshoed out to the ridge. About halfway down the path I had been using, there was a new track. Just one going across my path, not along it. It looked shallow, barely a dent in the snow, but it was wide and long, like someone had dragged something. At first I thought it might have been an animal, maybe a deer struggling through the snow, but it didn't match. There were no hoof marks, no indentations. Just a smear, like something had been pulled across the surface. I followed it with my eyes. It went off between the trees and disappeared. The snow was crusty on top, soft below. Nothing could move across it like that without breaking through unless it was wide and flat. Maybe a fallen tree limb had slid during a windstorm, but there'd been no wind that night. I didn't follow it. I went back to the cabin and locked the bolt. That evening I cleaned the revolver. It had never been fired. It wasn't even loaded until that night. Night 5 was when I knew I had to leave. It wasn't a snap that time. It was a thud, a full, heavy sound, like something hit the side of the cabin wall hard. It shook the shelf above the stove. A pan fell. I heard it clang and rattle on the floor. I didn't move at first. I just lay there in the loft, wide-eyed in the dark, breathing like a hunted animal. I felt heat in my face. I pulled the revolver out from the boot and held it in both hands. Another thud, same side of the cabin. Then silence again. I crawled to the window and looked out. Nothing but white. No movement. I stayed in the loft until daylight. When the sun finally lit up the ridge, I went outside. Around the back of the cabin on the uphill side, I saw where the impact had hit. The snow was pushed in against the wall. There was a large, wide mark at shoulder height where something had slammed into the logs. Like a blunt force. Not sharp, not clawed, just a heavy impact. No footprints, no drag marks, just the one indentation. Something had slammed the wall hard enough to shake the inside. But there were no signs of what or who. I packed that afternoon, took only the essentials, left the rest, loaded the sled and strapped on my snowshoes. I left at first light on day 6. My legs were shaking the whole time, not just from cold but adrenaline. But I didn't make it back to the truck that day. About a mile and a half out, I found the service road completely blocked. A fresh snowdrift had collapsed down from the ridge above it, some kind of small avalanche or shift. The road was buried under 6 feet of packed snow and ice, and rocks were mixed into it. I couldn't shovel it out, not with what I had. I turned around, decided to stay one more night at the cabin, wait for daylight, and try to go over the ridge instead. It would be hard with the sled, but possible. I knew I couldn't stay longer than that. When I got back to the cabin, the door was open. I hadn't left it that way. I was sure. The bolt was broken, snapped clean off the inside frame, like someone had wedged it with a crowbar or a boot. I stood in the snow for maybe 30 seconds, just staring at it, breathing. Then I walked around the cabin in a wide circle, revolver drawn. Nothing. Inside, things had been moved. Not much, just enough. My sleeping bag was unrolled. My bag was open. A can of food had been placed on the stove, unopened. A spoon sat next to it. It didn't make sense. Whoever it was hadn't stolen anything. They hadn't trashed the place. They hadn't even taken my revolver. which I'd left on the bed in the loft. They had come inside, looked around, and sat down. That was the worst part. They weren't in a rush. They didn't tear through drawers. They didn't panic or steal or destroy. They treated the place like it was theirs. That night I didn't sleep. I didn't light the fire. I stayed crouched in the corner of the loft with the revolver pointed at the ladder. Every sound in the wood made me flinch. The creak of the roof, the shift of frost, my own heartbeat. At some point past midnight, I heard the sound again. Footsteps in snow. This time not distant, right up against the cabin. Slow, deliberate, not heavy, almost cautious. Then a pause. Then fingers sliding along the wall. Not nails, not claws, just skin against wood. Feeling it. They circled the cabin once. Then silence. I didn't move until dawn. When I finally crept outside, gun in hand, there were no tracks, no marks in the snow, no sign anyone had been there. But something had changed. Up on the slope, about 30 yards from the cabin, there was a small shape in the snow. At first, I thought it was a rock or a bundle of sticks. I walked up to it cautiously. It was a hat. My hat. The one I had left inside on the hook by the door. It was placed I never imagined a weekend getaway could go so wrong. It was supposed to be the perfect escape. Just me, a cabin in the woods, and some time to clear my head. I'd been burned out from work, my friends were busy, and I needed peace. So, I rented a secluded cabin in the middle of nowhere, about a 2-hour drive from the city. No Wi-Fi, no distractions, just me and nature. It sounded like the perfect plan. The first sign that things might not go as smoothly as I thought came when I drove up the gravel road leading to the cabin. The air felt heavier here, thicker, as if the trees were pressing in. The sky was overcast, though it hadn't been forecasted to rain. My gut tightened slightly, but I chalked it up to nerves. I spent a lot of time in the woods before, but this place was different. The trees were taller, the canopy thicker, and the silence deeper. It wasn't the quiet you get from a park. It was the kind of quiet that made you feel like you weren't really alone. I parked in front of the cabin, a small, weathered building with wooden planks that had started to peel in places. The roof was slanted and covered with moss, and there was a small porch with an old rocking chair that creaked slightly even though there was no wind. The place looked like it had been abandoned for years, but according to the owner, it was perfectly safe. I shook off the unease and grabbed my bag from the trunk. Inside, the cabin smelled like pine wood and dust. The air felt cool but not uncomfortable. The furniture was sparse. A sofa, a small wooden table, a couple of chairs, and a bed in the back. It was simple, rustic, just what I needed. The windows were large, looking out into the trees, giving me a sense of isolation, but not in a bad way. It felt like the kind of place where you could truly disconnect. I started a fire in the stone fireplace, the crackle of burning wood filling the silence. I unpacked my things, books, snacks, a bottle of whiskey, and set about making the cabin feel more like home. As the evening drew on, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It wasn't the place itself, but something outside. I kept hearing small, subtle noises, twigs snapping, leaves rustling. Yet I never saw anything. No animals, no movement in the trees, just the occasional sound, then stillness again. By the time night had fallen, the cabin felt cozy enough. The fire flickered softly, casting shadows on the walls, and I settled into the armchair with a book. But my mind kept drifting. I kept hearing noises. At first, I told myself it was nothing, maybe an animal or just the wind. But as the hours wore on, the noises became harder to ignore. It was like someone was out there, just beyond the reach of the firelight. I heard what sounded like footsteps, slow, deliberate, like someone pacing around the cabin. I stood up, trying to peer through the window, but I couldn't see anything. The trees were too thick, and the darkness was complete. I walked to the door, opening it slightly, and listened. It was so quiet now, too quiet. My pulse quickened as I stepped outside, the cold air biting at my skin. I stared into the woods, but there was nothing. just trees and darkness stretching out for miles. Maybe it was just my imagination. The cabin was remote, sure, but that didn't mean someone was lurking in the woods. I closed the door and locked it behind me. I tried to brush it off, but sleep didn't come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, I could hear the sound of footsteps again. The subtle, creeping sense of being watched never fully left me. The next day, the weather turned. The sky darkened even more, and by afternoon, the rain began. Hard, heavy sheets of rain that turned the dirt outside into thick mud. I had no choice but to stay inside. The storm pounded against the cabin, the wind howling through the trees. It was as if nature itself was closing in on me. I spent the day reading and drinking whiskey, the storm outside a constant reminder that I was alone here, in the middle of nowhere. By evening, the power went out. The storm had knocked out the lines. The only light in the cabin came from the fireplace. I was used to living without power, so I wasn't too bothered by it. I lit a few candles for atmosphere, though. That's when things started to get strange. The shadows from the candlelight seemed to dance in ways that didn't make sense. The longer I stared at them, the more I felt like they were moving, shifting, not in response to the flames but to something else. I shook my head, telling myself it was just the flickering light playing tricks on me. But as I walked to the window, I caught a glimpse of something outside. It was just a flash, a silhouette in the distance moving between the trees. It was too far to make out any details, but it looked like a person. A tall figure, dressed in dark clothing, moving with a strange, unnatural fluidity. It was too quick for me to fully register, but the sight of it sent a jolt of panic through me. I stepped back from the window, heart pounding. I told myself it was nothing. It was just the wind, or my mind playing tricks in the dim candlelight. I couldn't let myself get worked up over nothing. I forced myself to sit down, to breathe, to ignore the feeling of eyes on me. But the feeling only grew stronger. I checked the doors and windows, making sure everything was locked, though I couldn't shake the feeling that it wouldn't matter. The man, or whatever it was, could still be out there watching. As the hours passed, the storm only got worse. The wind howled louder, the trees groaning as they swayed, and the rain pounded harder. I should have gone to bed, but sleep felt impossible. Every creak of the floorboards, every snap of a twig outside, sent my nerves on edge. Then, in the dead of night, there was a knock at the door. I froze. It was quiet at first, like a tentative tap, and then louder, 3 quick knocks. I stayed still, hoping it would go away, that it was just my imagination. But then it came again. 3 knocks, more forceful this time. My heart raced as I tried to gather my thoughts. Who could possibly be out there in this storm? The isolation of the cabin made it nearly impossible for anyone to just wander by. I crept to the door, my mind racing. Who would come all the way out here? I peered through the peephole, but I saw nothing. The darkness outside seemed endless. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. Whoever it was, they were still out there. But what did they want? I couldn't afford to ignore it, not with how strange things had been. I stepped back, trying to think, when I heard a rustling sound from the back of the cabin. Someone moving around the corner. That's when the panic hit. I ran to the back window only to find nothing. The rain obscured everything, the visibility reduced to almost nothing. I thought I saw something moving just beyond the trees, but it was impossible to tell. Was it him? Was it something else? I couldn't stay here any longer. My legs were shaky as I grabbed my things, throwing them into my bag without even thinking. I checked the phone, no signal. Of course, there wouldn't be. I had planned for this, but now I realized how utterly helpless I was. The only way out was the car, parked at the front. I stepped out of the cabin, every nerve in my body screaming. The rain soaked me instantly as I hurried toward the car. The sound of the storm filled my ears, masking any other noise. But then, just as I reached the door, I heard a voice, a faint sound coming from behind me. It wasn't loud, but it was enough to freeze me in place. A whisper, like a breath against my neck. "Don't run." I spun around, but there was no one there. I didn't wait another second. I jumped into the car, started the engine, and peeled out of there, tires skidding on the wet gravel. I drove through the storm, past the cabin, not daring to look back. When I finally reached the nearest town, I stopped at a small diner, trying to calm my racing heart. I didn't know what I'd seen, what had happened, but I didn't care anymore. I'd had enough. I was out of there and I wasn't going back. The rest of the trip is a blur. I kept thinking back to the cabin, to the strange noises, the knocks, the shadow moving in the trees. But when I checked the news later, I found a small article about a missing person who had been last seen near a cabin in the woods. The man was never found, but the article mentioned how many locals had seen him near the cabin before he disappeared. It wasn't until later that I realized I had been there the whole time, all alone. I've always been a fan of quiet places. The idea of escaping from everything, away from the constant noise of the city, the rush, the traffic, the constant hum of life, was something I found oddly comforting. So when I found the cabin online, nestled deep in the woods, isolated from the nearest neighbor by miles, I jumped at the chance to book it. A weekend of solitude. It seemed perfect. I arrived late in the afternoon, the sun hanging low in the sky, casting long shadows across the landscape. The cabin was everything I had imagined. A small, wooden structure, worn and weathered from years of isolation, but it had a charm to it. A rustic, cozy charm. The porch creaked as I stepped up, and I noticed the air smelled different out here. Fresh, earthy, like pine and damp leaves. It was a pleasant change from the polluted air of the city. Inside, the cabin was simple, just a few rooms, a small living area with an old couch, a wood-burning stove, a tiny kitchen with basic appliances, and a single bedroom upstairs. The walls were covered in dark, pine wood paneling, and the floor creaked with every step. A small window in the living room overlooked the forest, the last slivers of sunlight filtering through the trees. It was peaceful, too peaceful. I dropped my bag near the couch and decided to take a walk around the property. There was a small clearing at the edge of the woods, where the trees parted to reveal a view of a distant mountain range, their peaks just starting to catch the fading sunlight. I stood there for a few minutes, taking it all in. The air was so still, so quiet. No birds, no animals, just the wind rustling through the leaves. As I walked back toward the cabin, I noticed something odd. A faint trail leading into the woods from the clearing. It was faint, barely noticeable, but it seemed like something had recently walked through the brush. The dirt was still soft, and there were broken branches on the ground. I took a few steps closer, peering into the darkening woods. The path seemed to lead deeper into the trees, disappearing into the thick undergrowth. I hesitated for a moment, but curiosity won out. I walked down the trail, the crunch of leaves underfoot breaking the silence. The deeper I went into the woods, the darker it became. The trees grew closer together, blocking out the last of the sunlight. The air felt cooler, and the stillness around me was unsettling. I should have turned back, but something about the trail drew me in. After a few minutes of walking, I came to a small clearing. It was barely large enough to fit a few people, but there, in the center of the clearing, was an old, weathered shack. It looked like it had been abandoned for years. The wooden walls were rotting, the roof sagging, and the door hung off its hinges, barely clinging to the frame. There was something about it that made me uneasy, like it didn't belong here, like it was out of place. I stood there for a moment, staring at the shack, wondering if I should go closer. Something in my gut told me not to, but my curiosity got the better of me. I stepped forward, cautiously approaching the door. The air around the shack felt colder, and I could see my breath in the fading light. I pushed the door open slowly, and it creaked loudly, the sound echoing through the woods. The inside of the shack was dark, but my eyes quickly adjusted to the dim light. There wasn't much inside, just a few old, rotting pieces of furniture, a broken chair, and a pile of what looked like old clothes in the corner. But it wasn't the furniture that caught my attention. It was the walls. The walls of the shack were covered in strange, crude markings, lines, circles, symbols. They seemed to be drawn hastily, as if by someone in a hurry. Some of the marks were smeared, like someone had tried to wipe them away but hadn't been able to. My heart started to race as I took in the sight, my mind racing with thoughts I couldn't quite make sense of. It looked like someone had been living here, or at least spending time here, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't supposed to be here either. I backed away slowly, my eyes scanning the room one last time. That's when I noticed something else. A small wooden box, sitting on the floor near the back wall. It was old, covered in dust and dirt, but it seemed out of place, almost like it was waiting for me. Couldn't resist. I knelt down and reached for it, my fingers brushing against the smooth wood. As soon as I touched the box, a cold shiver ran down my spine. It was an odd sensation, like something was wrong, like I shouldn't have touched it. I hesitated, but curiosity drove me to open it. Inside, there was a folded piece of paper. It was old, yellowed with age, and the edges were frayed. I unfolded it carefully, and as I did, a cold gust of wind blew through the shack, causing the door to slam shut behind me. I jumped, my heart racing, but I forced myself to focus on the paper. The handwriting was shaky, as if whoever had written it was in a hurry, or maybe even scared. It read, "They know you're here. They always know when you arrive. It's too late to leave now. You have to leave before they find you. Underscore." My hands trembled as I read the words over and over again. I felt a growing sense of panic rising in my chest. What the hell was going on? Who had written this? And why did it feel like they were talking about me? I quickly folded the paper back up and shoved it into the box, standing up in a hurry. My mind raced as I scrambled toward the door, but as I reached for the handle, I froze. Something was wrong. I could feel it. The air felt heavier now, thicker, like something was watching me from the shadows. I turned slowly, my breath catching in my throat. The shack was still and silent, but the darkness outside the door felt oppressive, like something was lurking just beyond the threshold. I forced myself to open the door, and as I stepped back into the clearing, I heard something, a faint rustling in the woods. It was a sound I couldn't quite place, but it sent a chill through my body. I didn't look back as I walked quickly down the trail, the fear in my chest growing with every step. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun had almost completely set, and the forest around me was dark and foreboding. I rushed inside, locking the door behind me, and turned to look out the window. The woods outside were silent once again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. That night, I didn't sleep. Every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind outside, set me on edge. I kept expecting to hear someone, outside. The hours dragged on, and my mind kept replaying the events of the day. The shack, the box, the paper, it all felt wrong. But what terrified me the most was the feeling that whatever had been watching me in the woods was still out there. I didn't leave the cabin the next day. I thought about packing up and heading home, but something inside me told me to stay. Maybe it was the isolation, maybe it was the allure of trying to understand what had happened, but I decided to wait it out. I didn't go back to the shack, but every time I stepped outside, I felt eyes on me. The days passed slowly, each one dragging on, but nothing else unusual happened. The woods remained silent, the cabin stood undisturbed, and I eventually began to convince myself that it had all been my imagination. Maybe I had just been on edge after the long drive. Maybe the solitude had gotten to me. But on the last night, as I sat by the fire in the cabin, I heard something outside, faint but unmistakable. A whispering, like a voice carried on the wind. It was soft at first, like it was far away, but then it grew louder, closer, until I could almost hear the words. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The voice was saying my name. I didn't move, I didn't breathe. The whispering continued, growing louder, until it was right outside the door. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. Dead silence. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, my mind racing, trying to figure out what to do. Should I open the door? Should I call for help? But no, I was alone out here. No one would hear me. I sat there until the morning light finally broke through the windows, signaling the end of my nightmare. I packed up my things, left the cabin, and drove home without looking back. I never expected this trip to be anything more than a quick getaway. Just a few days to clear my mind, escape the city's noise, and enjoy the quiet of nature. It was supposed to be peaceful, something I could look back on as a retreat from the madness of life. What I didn't expect was that it would turn into something I could never forget, something that, even now, makes my skin crawl. I had rented a small cabin in the woods, miles away from the nearest town. The photos online made it look quaint, rustic, the kind of place you'd imagine in some movie, where people would gather around a fire and tell stories, sipping on hot cocoa. The kind of place I thought would make me forget everything. The kind of place where I thought I'd find solitude. I arrived late in the afternoon, just as the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon. The drive had taken longer than I expected, the roads winding through thick forests that seemed to stretch on forever. My phone had no signal out here, and I had no idea when I'd get back to a place with service. But it didn't matter. I was here to disconnect. The cabin stood alone in a clearing, surrounded by trees, its wooden exterior weathered by time. It had that old, lived-in feel to it, like someone had cared for it once but hadn't in a long while. The door creaked when I opened it, and the smell of musty wood and old furniture hit me like a wave. There was no one else around for miles, just the wind rustling the leaves outside and the occasional sound of a distant bird calling out. I made my way inside, and the first thing I did was open a window to let in some fresh air. The place was small, one room with a loft for a bed, a fireplace, and a kitchen area that hadn't been touched in years, it seemed. There was a table in the middle of the room, a few chairs scattered around, and a lone bookshelf with a few dusty books. I could tell the cabin hadn't been used much, but it was enough for me to rest and unwind. I unpacked my bags, made myself a cup of coffee, and sat down by the window, looking out at the setting sun. It was peaceful, just like I'd hoped. But as night began to fall, I started to feel a slight unease creeping in. It wasn't anything I could put my finger on, just a feeling that something was off. Maybe it was the isolation or the fact that I hadn't seen anyone since I left the highway hours ago. Whatever it was, it lingered in the back of my mind. The first night was uneventful. I cooked a simple dinner, read for a bit, and went to bed early. The bed was hard, the sheets a bit scratchy, but I was so tired from the drive that I fell asleep almost immediately. There was a silence to the night, broken only by the occasional crackling of the fire in the hearth. It wasn't until the second day that things started to get strange. I woke up to a thudding sound coming from outside. At first, I dismissed it, thinking it was just an animal, maybe a raccoon or deer, moving through the woods. But as the day wore on, the sounds grew more persistent, like something or someone was knocking against the trees. It wasn't a pattern I could make sense of. It wasn't the kind of noise an animal would make. It was too rhythmic, too deliberate. I spent most of the day inside, reading and trying to distract myself, but the noise continued. It wasn't constant, but it came in waves, long stretches of quiet, followed by an unsettling thud, thud, thud against the trees. It was enough to make my nerves fray. My curiosity got the best of me, so I grabbed my coat and went outside to investigate. The moment I stepped out of the cabin, I felt a chill in the air that hadn't been there before. It was an odd kind of cold, like the temperature had dropped 10 degrees in an instant. The forest around the cabin was eerily still, and the only sound was the muffled crunch of my boots on the snow-covered ground. The thudding sound had stopped, but the feeling of being watched hadn't. It was as though something was waiting for me, just out of sight. I walked around the perimeter of the cabin, looking for any sign of what could have caused the noise. Nothing. No broken branches, no disturbed earth. The trees stood silently, their bare limbs reaching up toward the sky. But something about the place felt off. It was too quiet now, and the air felt thick, like it was holding something back. I went back inside, locked the door, and spent the rest of the day trying to keep my mind occupied. But it was hard to ignore the growing feeling of unease. I couldn't shake the sensation that something was out there, watching me. That night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the wood, every snap of a twig outside, made my heart race. I told myself it was just the wind, just my mind playing tricks on me. but deep down I knew it wasn't. The next morning, I woke up to the unmistakable sound of footsteps. They were slow and deliberate, crunching through the snow just outside the cabin. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. Whoever it was, they were close. Too close. My mind raced with possibilities. Was it someone who lived nearby? A hiker passing through? But then the logical part of me asked why they would be out here, alone, in the middle of nowhere. No one knew I was here. I hadn't told a soul. I didn't dare move. I stayed in bed, holding my breath, trying to listen for any more sounds. The footsteps stopped, but the silence that followed was just as unsettling. I waited for what felt like hours, but nothing happened. The only sound was the wind, howling through the trees outside. After a while, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know what was going on. I grabbed my jacket, went to the door, and peered out through the small gap. The snow outside was untouched. There were no tracks, no signs that anyone had been there. My heart pounded in my chest. I was losing my grip on reality. I had to remind myself that I was just tired, maybe a little jumpy from the isolation. But that didn't explain the footsteps. I stayed inside for the rest of the day, keeping the doors locked, the windows shut tight. I thought about leaving. I thought about packing up and driving straight home. But something stopped me. Something that told me I needed to stay, that I needed to face whatever was happening. The third night, things escalated. I had just finished a late dinner when I heard it again. The thudding. This time, it was much closer, coming from the back of the cabin. My pulse quickened. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I had to see what it was. Slowly, I made my way to the back door, careful not to make a sound. The moment I opened the door, I saw it. A figure stood at the edge of the woods, just beyond the trees. It was too far for me to make out any details, but I could see the outline of someone standing there, perfectly still. My blood ran cold. Whoever it was, they weren't moving. They weren't even breathing. Couldn't look away. I didn't know what to do. My legs felt like lead, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. After what seemed like forever, the figure slowly turned and walked into the woods, disappearing into the darkness. I don't know how long I stood there, staring at the spot where the figure had been. My mind raced with fear, with questions I couldn't answer. But one thing was clear: I was not alone. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed up, sitting by the window, watching the woods. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow seemed to move. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, waiting. In the morning, I made the decision. I wasn't staying another night. Whatever was happening out here, I didn't want to find out. I packed up my things quickly, threw them into my car, and drove away without a second thought. I didn't tell anyone what happened, not because I didn't want to, but because I couldn't find the words to explain it. There was no logical explanation for the footsteps, the figure, the way the air had changed. It was like the woods themselves were hiding something I wasn't meant to understand. As I drove away from that cabin, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. The trees seemed to stretch on forever, like they were closing in on me. But I kept driving, not daring to look back. When I finally got to the nearest town, I stopped at a small gas station to fill up. The old man behind the counter gave me a look, like he knew I had been out there, like he knew what had happened. I couldn't bring myself to ask him about the cabin, about the woods. I just paid for the gas and left. I never went back. And every time I think about that cabin, about the footsteps in the snow, the figure in the woods, I wonder if I was just imagining things. But deep down, I know I wasn't. There are things out there in those woods, things that shouldn't be. And I don't think I'll ever fully understand what I saw, or why I felt so sure that something was watching me. But one thing's for certain: I'll never forget the way it felt to be so utterly alone, and yet so completely not. The plan was simple: get away from the city, unplug from everything, and just reset. The idea of a quiet, solitary weekend in a small cabin up north seemed perfect. I wasn't looking for excitement, just peace and a little time to myself. It wasn't my first time staying in a cabin. I've rented a few over the years. Usually, There's always something charming about them. Rustic wood, the smell of the forest creeping in, the crackling of a fire at night. But this time, something felt off from the moment I arrived. The cabin itself was isolated, on the edge of a forest, miles away from the nearest town. The driveway was a narrow, winding stretch of gravel, littered with loose stones. As I pulled up, the first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. There were no birds, no distant sounds of traffic, not even the buzz of insects. Just a deep, oppressive silence that seemed to weigh on the air. The cabin looked old, older than the photos on the listing. The wooden structure had a weathered, almost hollow look to it. The windows were dirty, the porch steps sagging slightly. It had the feel of a place that had been forgotten, as though it had stood there for years without anyone caring enough to tend to it. But I shrugged it off, telling myself that's exactly what I was here for. A break from everything. I grabbed my bag and went inside. The door creaked as it opened, letting out a blast of cold air. The inside wasn't much better. Dust clung to every surface. The furniture looked dated and worn, and the air smelled stale. The dim light through the windows barely illuminated the room. I stepped in, setting down my bag, feeling that sinking sensation in my stomach. At first, I couldn't place it. It wasn't fear, per se, but an unsettling feeling. Maybe it was the isolation, maybe just the eeriness of the cabin itself. But it gnawed at me, a small discomfort I couldn't shake. I explored the cabin a little more, hoping to ease that weird feeling. The kitchen was tiny, the counters cluttered with old dishes and utensils left behind by previous tenants. The bathroom was just as neglected, with mildew starting to form along the grout of the tiles. The only thing that looked well-maintained was the fireplace in the living room, the logs neatly stacked in the corner as though they were waiting to be used. I decided to light a fire, hoping the warmth and light would lift my spirits. The wood burned quickly, crackling and popping as the room slowly filled with the pleasant scent of burning pine. I settled into the old leather armchair near the fire, pulling my jacket tighter around me, trying to make myself comfortable. I wasn't used to being alone in places like this. There was something about the quiet, the kind of quiet that wasn't peaceful but rather suffocating, that made it hard to settle down. As the evening dragged on, I felt more and more restless. I told myself it was just the isolation. After all, it was just a cabin in the woods. Nothing weird was going to happen. Yet, there was something wrong about this place. It started with the noises. At first, I thought it was the wind. The roof creaked, the walls groaned. But then I heard something else. Something that didn't quite fit the rhythm of the house settling. A soft scratching sound, faint but persistent. I stood up, listening intently. It was coming from the attic. I told myself it was probably just animals, maybe a raccoon or squirrel making its way around the rafters. I had heard stories of small creatures getting into cabins like this, especially if they had been left vacant for too long. But still, there was a weight to the sound that made me uneasy. It wasn't the random scurrying of a critter. It felt deliberate, almost human. The scratching stopped after a while, replaced by an unsettling silence. I tried to shake off the feeling, but it clung to me. I lay down on the couch in front of the fire, hoping to sleep, but I couldn't close my eyes. Every small creak of the wood, every shift in the wind, made my heart race. The night dragged on. The next morning, I woke up to an eerie sense of calm. The sun was out, the skies were clear, and the birds were finally singing, but it still didn't feel right. It wasn't just the cabin. It was everything. The way the trees stood so still outside, the way the air smelled thick, almost too clean. The woods were unnaturally quiet. There should have been the usual sounds of wildlife, but there was nothing. It was as if nature itself was holding its breath. I decided to take a walk, hoping the fresh air would clear my mind. The path that led into the woods was overgrown, the grass and weeds tall enough to brush against my legs as I walked. It was a good walk, but it only made me feel more unsettled. The trees stood like dark sentinels around me, their twisted branches weaving together overhead, blocking out most of the sunlight. As I walked deeper into the forest, I began to notice something odd. There were no animal tracks, no signs of wildlife at all. No birds, no squirrels, not even insects. Just dead, dry leaves crunching beneath my feet and the occasional rustle of the wind. I felt eyes on me, even though I knew I was alone. Every time I looked behind me, the path seemed more distant, like the woods were swallowing it up. I kept walking until I reached a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a large stone, its surface rough and weathered. There was something off about it. It looked like it didn't belong here, like it had been placed intentionally. My heart skipped a beat when I saw what was carved into the stone. Scratches, shallow gouges, like someone had scraped at it for hours with their fingernails. I backed away slowly, my mind racing. I didn't know what I was looking at, but it felt wrong. I turned around and made my way back to the cabin quickly, trying not to look over my shoulder. The feeling of being watched never left me. When I finally got back, I locked the door behind me, as if that could protect me from whatever had been watching me outside. The day dragged on slowly, with the same oppressive silence. When evening came, I built another fire, but this time I didn't feel any better. The cabin felt colder, emptier, as if the walls were closing in around me. I heard the scratching again that night. This time it was louder, more distinct. It came from above me, from the attic, and it was followed by a soft thud, like something heavy had fallen. My heart pounded in my chest as I stood frozen in front of the fire. I grabbed a flashlight and cautiously made my way to the attic door. The air was cold and stale, the smell of old wood and dust thick in the small hallway. With trembling hands, I opened the door to the attic. What I saw nearly made me faint. The attic was full of old boxes, broken furniture, and dusty relics of the cabin's past. But it wasn't the clutter that caught my attention. It was the blood, streaks of it, smeared across the wooden floorboards. The source of the scratching, whatever it was clear now. There was something or someone up there. I backed away quickly, nearly tripping over my own feet. I slammed the attic door shut and locked it, but I knew it was too late. I could feel it like a presence in the house. Something was here with me. The rest of the night was a blur. I spent hours pacing, too afraid to sleep. I didn't know what to do. There were no phones, no help, no way out. I was stuck in this cabin, alone, with something I couldn't explain. By morning, I had made a decision. I had to leave. Whatever was in that attic, whatever had been watching me, was real. The feeling of dread had grown too strong to ignore. I packed my things as quickly as I could, not bothering to tidy up or clean. I just wanted out. I didn't stop until I reached the edge of the property. My heart finally started to slow as I stepped out of the forest and into the open road. I didn't look back. Couldn't. When I got to town and was able to make a phone call, I told the cabin owner everything. The noises, the strange feeling, the blood in the attic. They seemed surprised but didn't offer any explanation. They said they'd send someone to check it out. I didn't stick around to find out what they would find. I never went back to that cabin. I don't know who or what was in that attic. All I know is that whatever it wasn't something I could explain. And maybe, just maybe, some places are better left unexplored. I've always thought solitude was the one thing I could rely on. I'm not someone who needs people around me to feel whole. I prefer the quiet. That's probably why I became a writer in the first place. I'd rented a small cabin in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan for 2 months, late fall through early winter. It was miles away from the nearest town, surrounded by dense woods. I chose it for the isolation. I needed to finish my second novel, and my apartment in the city was too noisy, too full of distractions. The cabin was perfect. No neighbors, no cell service, just the occasional squirrel thudding across the roof or a bird tapping at the window. It was a simple place. 1 floor, single bedroom, a small bathroom with a water heater that needed to be manually lit, and a combined kitchen and living room. The heater was gas-fed and old, the kind that makes a clicking noise before the blue flame pops into life. The kitchen had a propane stove and an ancient refrigerator that rattled when it kicked on. No internet, no cable, just a stack of yellowing books in a shelf nailed to the wall, and a weather-beaten recliner facing a narrow window that looked out onto the forest. The first week passed quietly. I kept a routine. Wake up around 6, make coffee, sit at the old wooden desk in the corner and write until lunchtime. Then I'd hike a little on the trails nearby or chop firewood if I needed to, cook something simple in the evening, read, sleep. It was peaceful. I actually got more writing done in that 1 week than I had in the previous 3 months. No distractions, no emails, no noise except for the wind through the trees and the occasional animal. But on the 8th day, I started noticing little things. I came back from a hike that afternoon and found the bathroom light on. I hadn't used it that morning, and I always turned off every light when I left. I told myself I must have forgotten, even though I was sure I hadn't. I didn't think too much of it. The wiring was old. Maybe it flicked on by itself. I turned it off and went about my day. The next morning, I went to grab my hat before stepping outside and found it missing. I usually left it on the hook near the door, but it wasn't there. I checked the kitchen counter, the bedroom, even under the desk. Nothing. 2 hours later, I found it hanging on the back of a chair by the dining table. I didn't remember putting it there, but it was possible I had. I figured my mind was just cluttered with the story I was working on. When you're deep in your own fictional world, things slip through the cracks. That's what I told myself. But things kept happening. I started noticing footprints on the floor in the mornings. Faint, muddy tracks leading from the front door into the living room. They were too small to be mine. Barefoot too, which made no sense. I always wore my boots, and I wiped them thoroughly at the door. It had rained one night, and the next morning, I found a single muddy handprint on the outside of the window near my bed, about shoulder height. The window was closed and locked from the inside. I stood there for a long time staring at it, trying to figure out if it was just my imagination, maybe some animal, but it was definitely a human handprint. I searched the entire perimeter of the cabin. No signs of anyone, no footprints beyond my own. I tried to forget it. Maybe it was something from days earlier that I hadn't noticed. Maybe it was just water on the glass that looked like a handprint. The mind plays tricks, especially when you're alone. Still, I started locking the front door during the day, not just at night. I began checking the windows every evening before bed. I even pushed a chair under the doorknob at night like I used to do in motels. Then, on the 12th night, I woke up at 3:17 a.m. I remember the exact time because I checked the old wall clock in the kitchen after I heard the noise. It was a creaking sound, soft and slow, like someone stepping on the wooden porch. One step, pause, another step. I held my breath in the dark, staring at the ceiling, not moving a muscle. The wind wasn't blowing. The night was dead quiet. No crickets, no owls, just the steady, deliberate sound of weight shifting on wood. Then silence. Then the squeak of the door handle. I didn't have a gun, just a rusty axe I used for splitting logs. I got up slowly, not turning on any lights, trying not to make any sound. My heart was beating so hard I thought it might give me away. I moved to the bedroom window and peeked through the curtains. There was no one there, but the chair I kept under the doorknob was pushed back slightly, like it had been nudged from outside. The lock was still in place, but something had tried the handle. I stayed up the rest of the night, sitting in the recliner with the axe across my lap, staring at the door. Nothing else happened. The next morning, I packed my things. I was ready to leave, to call the trip off. It wasn't worth it. But when I got outside, I found my truck wouldn't start. Battery was dead. I hadn't left the lights on or anything like that. It had been fine the day before. I opened the hood. The battery cables were gone. Not just loose, gone. Like someone had unscrewed them and taken them with them. That's when I knew someone was out there. I hiked to the nearest road, about 3 miles, to see if I could get a signal and call for help. No luck. I went back to the cabin. I told myself I'd stay one more night and leave in the morning. I still had some food and enough water. I could handle one more night. I didn't sleep. I kept the axe with me again and turned off all the lights. Around 2:45 a.m., I heard something again. This time it was tapping. Soft, rhythmic tapping on the bedroom window. 3 taps, then a pause, then 3 more. I sat frozen, not moving, the axe in my hands. The tapping stopped. I waited for what felt like hours. Then I heard the creaking again. The porch, then the back door. There was no back porch, just the steps and the door. I moved silently to the kitchen. The doorknob was rattling slightly, like someone was gently testing it. Then it stopped. I waited, crouched behind the kitchen counter, until the first light of dawn came through the trees. When it was bright enough to see clearly, I went outside. There were footprints in the dirt behind the cabin. Barefoot, human, leading from the woods to the back door. I followed them slowly, axe in hand. They led around the cabin, past the window where I'd heard the tapping, and into the trees. Then they just stopped, like the person had vanished. No drag marks, no disturbance. Just a patch of wet leaves and mud, and then nothing. I went back inside and started boarding up the windows with whatever I could find. I moved the kitchen table against the front door. That night, I sat in the living room with all the lights off, holding the axe, ears straining for any sound. At 3:11 a.m., the power went out. The old fridge stopped humming. The heater went dead. It was just silence, so deep and thick it felt like the world had stopped spinning. I lit a candle and sat there, frozen. I never heard the front door open, but I heard the floor creak behind me, just once. I turned around with the axe raised. Nothing, but the candle flickered like someone had just walked past it. I stayed up the rest of the night, eyes darting to every shadow. Every noise felt like a footstep. Every flicker felt like breath on my neck. The next morning, I hiked all the way into town. Took me almost 7 hours. I found a gas station with a payphone and called a tow truck. When I told the guy what cabin I'd been staying at, he gave me a weird look but didn't ask any questions. The tow driver didn't say much either, just kept glancing at me like he was trying to figure something out. When we got to the cabin, he didn't get out of the truck. Just watched while I got my stuff. I didn't blame him. The cables were still missing from the battery. That night, I stayed at a motel 20 miles away. I locked the door, pushed the dresser in front of it, left the TV on. I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those muddy footprints, the candle flickering, the empty woods. I never went back to that cabin. I still don't know who it was. Could have been some hermit living off the grid. Could have been some psychopath who waits for people to rent out isolated places and messes with them until they snap. Whoever it was, they never tried to hurt me. Not directly, but they knew how to scare someone. They knew how to make you feel like you were going crazy. And the worst part? They're still out there, waiting for the next person who just wants a little peace and quiet. The air was cold when I arrived at the cabin, the kind of chill that clings to your skin and creeps into your bones. I had rented it for a week, just me, the woods, and the isolation. A place to get away from everything. Work, people, noise. A chance to disconnect. I figured I'd spend the time reading, hiking, maybe doing some thinking. It was a cozy little cabin, small but enough for one person. The wood on the outside was weathered, the kind that had been there for years, maybe decades, slowly being eaten away by time and the elements. The trees around it were tall, stretching up into a gray sky, their branches bending slightly as if in conversation with the wind. It looked like the perfect spot for solitude. I unloaded my bags, careful to bring only the essentials. The cabin had no Wi-Fi, no television, no distractions. Just a wood stove, a couple of old couches, a kitchen with basic supplies, and a small bathroom. Simple, but it was all I needed. The first day was quiet. I unpacked, set up a fire in the stove, and read for hours. The sound of crackling wood in the fireplace was the only noise, other than the occasional gust of wind outside. I wasn't sure if I was enjoying the quiet or if it was just a little too much. By the evening, I started to feel like I was the only person on Earth, like the cabin was slowly swallowing me whole. I told myself it was nothing to worry about. People come out here to escape, right? On the second day, I went for a walk. There was a trail that ran through the woods behind the cabin. It was muddy from the rain the night before, the kind of mud that sticks to your boots and slows you down with every step. The trees towered over me, their bare branches creaking in the wind, and the forest floor was littered with fallen leaves. It was eerily quiet out there, too quiet almost, the kind of silence that presses in on you, makes you feel like you're being watched, even though you know you're alone. I tried to shake off the feeling. I was being paranoid, I told myself, but something about the forest felt off, like it had been waiting for something. The longer I walked, the more uneasy I felt. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made my heart race. My breath quickened, and I found myself looking over my shoulder more than once. When I reached the edge of the trail, I decided it was time to head back. The cabin was only a few minutes away, but the thought of being alone out there, in the woods, made my stomach tighten. That night, I locked all the doors and windows. It wasn't that I was scared, it just felt like the right thing to do. The cabin, despite its charm, had started to feel less like a retreat and more like a cage. The wind howled outside, and I couldn't help but wonder if the sound of branches scratching against the walls was the wind or something else. I convinced myself it was just nature doing its thing. After all, this was a cabin in the woods. What else could it be? The next day, I decided to go further into the woods. I needed to get out of the cabin, get some fresh air, clear my head. I packed a small backpack with water, a snack, and my phone, just in case. I'd learned my lesson from the previous day. Always have your phone on you. Even if there was no signal, it made me feel safer, like I had a lifeline. The deeper I went into the woods, the more I realized how alone I truly was. There was nothing. No animals, no birds, not even a sound. The trees closed in around me, their gnarled branches twisting in strange patterns. I tried to stay calm, but every step I took seemed to echo in the stillness. I kept my eyes peeled, scanning the woods for any sign of movement, but there was nothing. As I walked, I noticed something strange on the ground. A pile of rocks, arranged in a circle. It wasn't big, maybe a foot across, but it was out of place. It looked like it had been carefully arranged, almost like a small campsite. I crouched down, studying it. There was no reason for someone to have left a pile of rocks out here. I felt a chill run down my spine, and I quickly stood up and turned away. It was just a pile of rocks, I told myself. Nothing to worry about. But as I walked away, the feeling of being watched crept back into my mind. My heart started to race again, and I quickened my pace. I knew I had to get back to the cabin. When I returned, it was already late afternoon. The sky had darkened, and the wind had picked up again. I immediately went inside and locked the door behind me. I felt the need to check the windows to make sure everything was secure. There was a strange tension in the air, like something was about to happen, but nothing did. I spent the evening reading, trying to calm myself, trying to ignore the unease that had settled into my bones. The next day was worse. I woke up early, before the sun had risen, to the sound of something tapping at the window. It wasn't the wind. It was rhythmic, like fingers drumming against glass. I froze. My heart pounded in my chest. I didn't move, didn't make a sound. I listened, waiting for the tap to stop, but it didn't. Continued, slow and deliberate. Finally, after what felt like hours, it stopped. The silence returned. I didn't go back to sleep. Instead, I grabbed my phone and checked the time. 4:15 a.m. My mind raced. Who could be out there? It wasn't possible. I was in the middle of nowhere. I told myself it was just a bird, maybe something tapping at the window, but I knew deep down it wasn't. Something didn't feel right. I decided to pack up and leave. I wasn't staying another night in that cabin. But just as I was about to gather my things, I noticed something strange outside. A shadow standing still just beyond the trees. I couldn't see it clearly, but it was there, tall, unmoving. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly pulled the curtains shut. I couldn't stay here any longer. I grabbed my things, shoved them into my bag, and ran for my car. I didn't look back. The cabin, the woods, everything behind me felt like a nightmare I was trying to escape. I didn't care about the cost of the rental or the fact that I'd planned to stay longer. I had to get out of there, fast. When I got in my car and started driving, I didn't stop until I was miles away from the cabin. I never looked back, but as I drove through the winding roads, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something or someone following me. But there was nothing. I drove for hours, not knowing where I was going, just knowing I couldn't stay there any longer. And when I finally stopped at a gas station to refuel, I realized something. There was no shadow outside the cabin. There had never been. But the tapping on the window, that wasn't just my imagination. And that's when I realized that sometimes it's not the woods that are dangerous. It's the people who hide in them. I don't really know what I was trying to prove by going out there. I told myself it was for peace and quiet, a little solitude to get my head on straight. I'd been working nonstop for over a year, and the idea of a winter retreat, completely off-grid, seemed like the kind of romantic idea people talk about but never follow through on. So I did it. I found this listing online, a small cabin tucked deep in the northern woods of Maine. It had no running water, no electricity, no cell service. You had to hike a little over 2 miles from where you parked to even get to it. The pictures looked beautiful: snow-covered trees, thick pine forests, and a single-room log cabin with a wood stove and a loft bed. There was a stream about 100 yards out for water, and I was told to bring my own firewood, food, and a satellite beacon in case of emergencies. They stressed that last part a lot. I bought one, but I didn't test it. I set out the first week of January. The drive up was long and quiet, snow hanging thick on the branches over the 2-lane roads. My car was the only one on the gravel trail by the time I reached the small clearing where I had to park. There was no one for miles, just woods and white. I loaded my pack, too heavy, really, and strapped the sled full of supplies behind me. Firewood, food, a camp stove, extra clothes, a heavy sleeping bag, and a few books I probably wouldn't read. I was wearing thermal layers, snow pants, a down jacket, and snow boots I'd barely broken in. The first hour of hiking was fine, beautiful even. The woods were silent in that thick winter way, where the snow absorbs every sound. I remember stopping just to breathe it all in. The smell of pine, the cold biting the inside of my nose, the weight of everything muffled. The cabin was smaller than I expected when I reached it. One room just like the pictures. A stove in the middle, wood bench against one wall, a ladder up to a low sleeping loft. There was a tiny window facing the trees and a heavy wooden door with a thick bar latch. It was rustic but solid. I unpacked, got the stove going, and sat for a while in the warmth, listening to the creak of the logs as the fire settled in. It got dark early, maybe around 4:30, and by 6 p.m. it felt like midnight. I sat by lantern light, ate from a tin of chili, and felt that strange stillness that comes when the world slows down around you. I felt alone, but not lonely. The first night passed without incident. I woke cold once or twice and fed the stove. In the morning, I found fresh snow on the ground and animal tracks. Rabbit or squirrel, maybe, outside the cabin. I boiled water from the stream, ate oatmeal, and spent most of the day splitting logs and exploring the nearby woods. I found a few deer tracks, a frozen pond about a quarter mile away, and the remains of some old hunting blinds. Everything was quiet. Still, it was the third night when I started to feel off. Not scared, not really, just aware, like I was being watched. I chalked it up to the isolation. I'd seen no people, no vehicles, nothing but trees since I'd parked the car. I was alone out there. But that night, while I was reading in my sleeping bag, I thought I heard crunching in the snow outside. Faint, slow. I froze and listened, heart pounding, but after a minute it stopped. I didn't go to the window. I told myself it was a deer or maybe snow falling from a tree. I stayed in my bag, gripped the hatchet I kept by the ladder, and eventually fell asleep. The next morning, I found tracks near the window. Not animal. Boots. Human boots. They came in from the trees, walked a slow arc around the cabin, and disappeared back the way they came. No other prints around. Just one set. I stood there staring at them for a long time. I didn't move, didn't go outside. Eventually, I forced myself to. I followed them for maybe 20 yards into the woods until they just stopped. No sign of turning around, just gone. I checked my satellite beacon. The battery was still full. I considered hiking back to the car, but the snow was deeper now, and the sky looked heavy. A storm was coming. That day dragged. I couldn't focus. I kept looking out the window, kept checking the latch on the door. I didn't go far, just split more wood, kept the stove going, and made sure my hatchet was always close. I went to bed early, light snow falling outside, wind whispering through the trees. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up to the sound of something brushing against the cabin. Not loud, just enough, like cloth on wood. Then a soft thud. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. The fire was low, casting a faint orange glow. I waited. Another soft thump. Lower down, near the door. I pulled the sleeping bag over my mouth and held still. After a long time, it stopped. In the morning, I found more tracks. This time closer, right up to the door. A handprint half melted in the snow on the outside of the window. Same boot prints as before. I walked a wide circle around the cabin. No sign of anything else. No animals. No people. No reason. Just tracks. I made the decision to leave. I started packing. The storm hadn't hit yet, but it would. I'd seen enough. I loaded what I could onto the sled, but the snow had gotten deep and powdery. It was harder to drag. I didn't care. I was going to get back to the car, drive to the nearest town, and never look back. About a mile out, the snow started falling harder. Big, wet flakes. The wind picked up. Trees groaned above me. The trail had almost disappeared. I had GPS on the beacon, but it was lagging. I couldn't get a signal out, but it showed me my location at least. I kept going. Then I saw them again. Tracks, fresh ones. Same boots. This time they crossed the trail in front of me, from left to right, disappearing into the woods. I stood there for a long time, sled dragging behind me, watching the tree line. Nothing moved, just falling snow. I took out the hatchet and kept going. I didn't stop again, not until I reached the car. When I got to the clearing, something was wrong. The snow wasn't as deep there, so I could see clearly. My car had been moved, not far, just angled differently, like someone had pushed it sideways. There were marks in the snow, smears near the rear bumper, and a long drag mark, almost like someone had pulled something heavy from the trees toward the car, then turned around and went back. I unlocked it, shoved my gear in, and started it. Took longer than usual. The engine stuttered like it was cold-soaked, but it hadn't been that long. I didn't look around. I didn't check the marks. I drove, slowly at first, then faster as the trees opened up. I didn't stop until I hit pavement. I didn't stop when I saw the first town sign. I just kept going all the way home. I called the rental company a few days later, asked them who else had access to the cabin. They told me no one, just me. No caretaker, no other guests. I didn't argue. I didn't file a report. I just deleted the listing and moved on. But I kept the boots. They weren't mine. I found them outside the cabin, near the stack of firewood. A different size than mine. Older, worn down, caked in ice and dirt. I hadn't noticed them until I'd gone back to get more wood that last night. I brought them home without thinking. Maybe I wanted proof. Maybe I didn't believe myself. They're still in my garage, sitting by the water heater. Sometimes, when the wind picks up at night, I swear I hear snow crunching just outside the door, but I never check. I took the trip because I thought I needed to reset. It wasn't burnout, not exactly, just a kind of numbness that had started to build over the years. Everything in the city felt noisy, cars, construction, conversations, my own thoughts. So I found this place listed on an old travel forum. Not an official rental site, just a guy who posted about a cabin up north in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, far from any real town. The pictures looked clean, sparse. No Wi-Fi, no phone service. He said it was a perfect place to disconnect. That's exactly what I was looking for. I messaged him, sent a deposit through a sketchy wire transfer, and he gave me an address and a set of directions that I had to write down by hand, because he warned GPS wouldn't work after a certain point. The drive took about 10 hours. The last 2 were on dirt roads that narrowed until the trees started brushing both sides of my rental car. I had to stop twice just to check that I hadn't missed a turn. Every landmark he gave was vague. After the fourth bend, look for a large boulder. Or take a right at the clearing with the rusted truck. I was anxious the whole time, half thinking I'd been scammed. But I did eventually find it. The cabin stood alone in a clearing, tucked back behind some thick birch trees. It was smaller than I expected. One story, weathered wood, a sagging roof, but it didn't look abandoned. The front steps were solid. The lockbox he told me about was right there beside the door. I entered the code and the key was inside. I stepped in and stood still for a while. It was quiet, not just from the absence of city noise. No wind, no birds, no trees rustling. Just complete, thick silence. I set down my bags and looked around. The place was one big room with a corner sectioned off as a bathroom. A bed, a wood stove, a small table with one chair, and a counter with a tiny gas burner on top. There was no fridge, just a cooler on the floor and a note reminding guests to bring ice if they wanted to store perishables. I had a week's worth of canned food, some dry goods, and a case of bottled water. I figured I'd spend the days reading, maybe writing, doing some hikes. I wasn't planning to do anything important. I spent the first day just walking around the area. The woods were dense but not overgrown. The trees felt tall and clean and straight, spaced just far enough apart that you could weave between them easily. But the further I walked from the cabin, the quieter everything got. I know that's hard to explain, but it was a kind of silence that didn't feel peaceful. It felt hollow, like the world stopped just a few feet ahead of me. I didn't hear any animals. No squirrels, no birds, not even bugs. I didn't think much of it at first. I just kept walking until I started to feel like I couldn't remember which direction I'd come from. So I turned around and headed back while I still had the sunlight. That first night, I didn't sleep well. The air in the cabin was still heavy even. I had the windows cracked because it was warmer than I thought it'd be, but it didn't help. I laid in the bed with a thin sheet over me and just listened to the sound of nothing. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep. The second day was when I started to feel something was off. It wasn't anything specific, just little things, like how the shadows in the woods didn't seem to move even though the sun was out. Like how I never saw a single animal, not even a bug crawling along the windowsill. The air outside didn't smell like anything. Not pine, not dirt, not even decay. It just smelled like cold metal. I spent the day reading and forcing myself to relax, telling myself I was just too used to being overstimulated in the city. I made some soup on the gas burner, cleaned the dishes with bottled water, and went to bed early. That night, I woke up to a sound. Not loud, just a soft scrape. I sat up in bed and listened. Came again. A dragging sound. Maybe a footstep. I stayed perfectly still. My ears strained so hard it made my head hurt. The noise came from outside the cabin, on the far side near the window by the stove. I waited. It came again. Slow, deliberate, like someone shifting their weight as they stepped. I sat there holding my breath. Eventually, it stopped. I waited for what felt like an hour. Then I finally laid back down. I didn't sleep again until the sun started to rise. I told myself it was an animal. A deer maybe, or even a bear. They can move quiet. Maybe it was just the wind. But in the daylight, there was no wind. The trees didn't sway, the branches didn't rustle. Everything was frozen in place. When I stepped outside that morning, I walked around the cabin, trying to find footprints or anything that could explain what I heard. There was nothing, just the packed dirt and a few dried pine needles. No prints, no marks, nothing out of place. I hiked a bit that afternoon, staying within sight of the cabin this time. The deeper woods looked darker than they should have been, like they absorbed the sunlight instead of letting it through. I don't know why I noticed that, but I did. I also started to feel watched. That's not poetic, it was real. Like the moment I turned my back to the trees, they were watching me. Not a person, just the place. I felt like a bug under glass. That night, I locked the door, checked every window twice, and laid down in my clothes. I left the light on, just the little battery lantern. It flickered once, which made my stomach drop, but it stayed on. I told myself not to be stupid. I'm alone in the woods. This is what I asked for. But when the sound came again, softer this time, closer, I felt something twist in my chest. It wasn't fear exactly. It was something deeper, like recognition, like my body knew something that my brain hadn't caught up to. The scrape moved along the side of the cabin. It was slow, deliberate, not someone looking around, someone waiting. That's what it felt like. I didn't move. I didn't look at the window. I just laid there with my eyes open, barely breathing, while the sound circled the cabin. It stopped near the door, then silence. The next morning I wanted to leave. I didn't care how far the drive was, but I checked my phone and, as expected, still no signal. I packed my bag anyway. I figured I'd drive until I got reception. But when I got to the car, the front passenger side tire was slashed. Not punctured, slashed. Like someone took a knife and cut it open in one long, angry line. I stared at it for a long time. My brain didn't want to register what I was seeing. I walked around to the other side. The rear tire was the same, 2 tires gone. I didn't have a spare. It was a rental and I hadn't checked. Even if I had, I only would have had one. I stood there in the middle of the clearing, holding my bag, just listening to the silence press down on me like a weight. The trees looked taller now. The shadows looked closer. I turned and went back inside. I spent the rest of the day trying to stay calm. I rationed my food, counted my water. I had 5 days left. I could survive. I could hike out if I had to. I studied the hand-drawn map and tried to guess how far the nearest town was. Maybe 20 miles? Maybe more. The idea of walking through those woods didn't sit right with me, but I told myself I'd do it if I had to. That night I didn't sleep. I sat in the corner of the cabin with the lantern in my lap and a hammer I found in the kitchen drawer. I just sat there and waited. The sound came around 2 in the morning. A soft drag, then a step, then nothing, then a knock. Not a hard one, just a soft, deliberate knock on the door. 3 times. I didn't move. My heart felt like it had stopped. My mouth was dry. I didn't breathe. The knock didn't come again. I waited for hours. Then the sun rose. I decided that morning I was going to hike out. I couldn't stay. I packed everything I could carry, took the map, and started walking south, the way I'd driven in. I left the car. I left everything else. I had a backpack with some food, water, and the hammer. That was it. I didn't make it far. About 2 hours in, I started seeing things on the trees. Scratches. At first, they looked like random marks. Then I realized they were symbols, carved deep into the bark, repeated every few feet. I didn't recognize them. I kept walking. Then I found the trap. A simple snare right in the path, almost invisible. If I hadn't been looking down, I would have stepped in it. That's when I knew someone didn't want me to leave. I turned back. The next 3 days were the same. At night, the sounds came. The dragging, the steps, the knock. Always around 2 in the morning. Always the same rhythm. During the day, I didn't see anyone. But the woods felt tighter. The silence got deeper. The shadows stopped moving completely. I started keeping track of time by my watch. But even that started to feel off. Hours passed too slow. Minutes dragged. On the 6th night, I broke. I stood by the door with the hammer in my hand and waited for the knock. When it came, I flung the door open and stepped out into the dark. There was nothing there, just trees. But they felt closer now, like the clearing had shrunk. I screamed, not out of fear, out of frustration. Pure, burning frustration. It was supposed to be a quiet weekend. I had rented a small cabin up in the mountains, far from the noise of the city. A place where I could finally clear my head, get some peace. No distractions, no one around to bother me. Just me, the trees, and the cold, crisp mountain air. I thought it would be the perfect escape, but it wasn't. Nothing is ever what it seems. The drive to the cabin wasn't particularly long, but it felt like an eternity. The road snaked up through the trees. The asphalt cracked and uneven in places, making the car bounce as it climbed higher. It had started snowing a few hours before I reached the turnoff for the cabin, and the ground was covered in a thin dusting of white, which seemed to make the air even colder. I had the address saved on my phone, but I quickly realized there were no other houses around for miles. No signs of life. just trees. Big, tall pines that seemed to stretch up forever, blocking the sun and casting long, eerie shadows on the ground. The road was getting rougher, and the car's tires were slipping slightly on the wet gravel. But I kept going. Eventually, I pulled up to the cabin. It was a small, single-story building with a sloped roof, covered in a thick layer of snow. A chimney poked out from the roof, sending a thin trail of smoke into the gray sky above. It looked like the kind of cabin you'd find in a postcard, quaint, isolated, and, I thought, perfect for some solitude. But I should have known better. I parked the car beside the cabin and got out, immediately feeling the chill in the air. The snow crunched under my boots as I walked to the front door, which was made of dark wood with a brass handle. There was a note attached to the door, taped on with a piece of Scotch tape. Keys are inside. Welcome, Sam. I figured Sam was the property manager or maybe the owner. I didn't think much of it. I opened the door and stepped inside. The air inside was warmer, and the smell of wood and dust hit me immediately. The cabin was simple. A small living room with a couch and a couple of chairs. A stone fireplace in the corner with a small fire already crackling. The floors were wooden, and there was a rug in the middle of the room. To the left, a small kitchen area, and further down a narrow hallway that I assumed led to the bedroom and bathroom. I set my bag down on the couch and looked around. There was something strange about the place, nothing overtly odd, just off. The silence was suffocating. It wasn't the kind of peaceful quiet you'd expect from a place like this. It felt more like an unnatural stillness, like the world had stopped moving, and the cabin was holding its breath. I shrugged it off. Maybe it was just the isolation, or maybe I was imagining things. The fire was warm, and I needed to settle in. I walked to the back of the cabin to find the bedroom. The bedroom was just as simple as the rest of the cabin. A bed, a nightstand, and a window that looked out over the snowy forest. There was a heavy quilt on the bed, and the smell of cedar from the wooden walls was strong here, too. I opened the closet and found a few extra blankets, a couple of towels, and something else. A small, old-fashioned wooden box. I don't know why, but I felt compelled to open it. Inside were a few old photographs, black and white images of people I didn't recognize. They were all taken in the cabin, from what I could tell. A couple of men and women, standing outside in front of the cabin, smiling awkwardly at the camera. They seemed like they had been taken decades ago. I thought nothing of it at the time, but the longer I stared at the photos, the more unsettling they became. There was one in particular that caught my eye. A man standing in front of the cabin with his hand on the doorframe. He had a strange look on his face. Not a smile, not a frown, but something unsettlingly neutral. I put the box back in the closet and decided to ignore the feeling that was creeping up on me. It was probably nothing, just my imagination running wild in the quiet. I went back to the living room, lit a few candles, and settled into the couch with a book. Hours passed, and the darkness outside grew thicker. The storm outside had picked up. The wind howled through the trees, and snow continued to fall steadily. The fire crackled in the corner, and the house seemed to groan with every gust of wind. I was starting to feel like I was alone in the middle of nowhere, completely cut off from the world. I was just about to fall asleep when I heard it. A soft noise coming from outside. It sounded like a tapping. At first, I thought it was just the wind, the trees scraping against the cabin. But no, it wasn't the wind. It was a distinct tapping sound, like someone knocking on the door. I froze. The sound came again, a little louder this time. It wasn't coming from the door, though. It was coming from the side of the cabin. The tapping moved along the walls, as if someone was walking around the house, lightly tapping on the wood. I sat there, listening, my heart pounding in my chest. I couldn't move. The sound stopped for a few moments, and then, out of nowhere, it came again. This time it was louder, more insistent, and it wasn't just on the walls anymore. The sound was coming from the window. I stood up slowly, my hands shaking as I walked toward the window. I didn't want to look outside, but I had to. Something was pulling me, making me turn the curtain aside. I pressed my face against the cold glass, staring out into the storm. I saw nothing. The snow was coming down too hard. The wind was blowing it in every direction. But there was nothing. No one outside. No one walking around the cabin. Just the howling wind and the falling snow. I don't know what made me feel so uneasy, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I locked the window, closed the curtains, and went to sit back down by the fire. My mind raced. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a raccoon or something, but I didn't believe it. The tapping hadn't been random. It had been purposeful. It felt like someone or something was trying to get my attention. I spent the rest of the night wide awake, staring into the fire, listening to the wind. Every now and then, I'd hear that tapping again, coming from somewhere outside. But every time I looked, the world outside was empty. The next morning, I woke up late, exhausted, but the tapping had stopped. The storm had passed, and the snow was lighter. I decided to go for a walk around the cabin to clear my head. Maybe I'd find some tracks in the snow that would explain what had happened. I stepped outside, the cold biting at my skin. The snow was fresh, untouched, save for a set of tracks leading away from the cabin. At first, I thought it was just an animal, but then I realized something was off. The tracks were too deliberate, too even. They were human. I followed the tracks, my heart pounding harder with every step. The trail led deep into the woods, winding through the trees. I was beginning to feel uneasy again, but I couldn't stop now. I had to know what was going on. The trail stopped at a clearing, and there, in the middle of the snow, was something that made my stomach drop. A wooden crate. It was half buried in the snow, as if someone had tried to hide it. I knelt down and opened it. Inside, there was a bundle wrapped in cloth. I pulled it out carefully, my hands trembling, and unwrapped it. What I found made my breath catch in my throat. It was a human hand. The skin was pale, the nails chipped, and the fingers stiff, frozen from the cold. I recoiled in horror, my mind racing. Who could have done this? Why was it here? I didn't want to stay another second, but I couldn't just leave. I quickly made my way back to the cabin, my mind spinning, my heart racing. I bolted the door behind me and didn't dare go outside again. I spent the rest of the day pacing, trying to make sense of what I had found. The hand, the tapping, the strange photos in the cabin. It didn't make sense. But one thing was clear, I wasn't alone. As the evening came, the wind started to pick up again. The tapping began once more, light at first, then growing louder. This time, though, it wasn't just the windows or the walls. It was coming from inside the cabin. I stood frozen in the middle of the room, staring at the door. The tapping was coming from behind it. I moved cautiously toward it, my breath coming in short bursts. When I reached the door, I reached out slowly and turned the handle. There was nothing on the other side. But the moment I opened the door, the temperature inside the cabin dropped. A cold wind blasted in, and the air felt heavier, as if the cabin was holding its breath again. I slammed the door shut, my pulse pounding in my ears. I backed away from it, terrified. There was something wrong with this place. Something terrible had happened here, and whatever was left behind was still here. I spent the rest of the night awake, holding my phone, trying to reach anyone who would answer. But the signal was gone. I was alone. It was supposed to be the perfect weekend. Just me, my backpack, and the old cabin my uncle had left me. The place was in the middle of nowhere, tucked into the woods, far from civilization. The only sounds out there were the wind rustling the trees, the occasional chirp of a bird, and, if you listened close enough, the distant call of a coyote. I'd been wanting some time away from everything. Work, city life, people, just to disconnect. The cabin was supposed to be a refuge, a place for me to clear my head. I arrived in the late afternoon. The sky had that soft orange hue to it, like the sun was just about to dip below the horizon. The air was crisp, with a bite to it that felt good on my skin after the long drive. The cabin itself wasn't much, small, made of weathered wood, the kind of place you'd expect to see tucked away in a forest. My uncle had inherited it from his grandfather, and then left it to me after he passed. It wasn't luxurious, not by any means. A roof for walls, a bed, a couple of chairs, a stove, and a fireplace. That was all I needed. I grabbed my things and walked up to the door. The lock clicked open with a dull sound, and the smell of musty wood and dust hit me right away. It was obvious no one had been here in a while. I set my backpack down by the door, took a deep breath, and walked inside. The place was empty, but not in a completely uninviting way. The furniture was simple but functional. An old couch, a wooden table, a few chairs scattered around the room. The air felt stagnant, but nothing out of the ordinary. I took my time unpacking, setting up the place like I was planning to stay for a while. I wasn't in a rush. The quiet was soothing. I grabbed some canned food I'd brought and threw it into the pot on the stove, letting it warm up as I sat on the couch and stared out the window. The light outside was slowly fading, leaving only the orange glow of the setting sun behind. Everything seemed still, like the world itself was taking a breath. By the time I finished eating, the sun had fully set, and the darkness outside seemed to press up against the windows. I lit a fire in the fireplace to chase away the chill. The flames crackled and popped, casting a soft, flickering light around the room. The warmth felt good, but it also made the room feel smaller, more enclosed, as if the walls were closing in just a little bit. After some time, I began to feel uncomfortable. It was hard to put my finger on it at first. The cabin was supposed to be a peaceful retreat, but there was something about it that didn't sit right. Maybe it was the silence, or the fact that the house felt so disconnected from the outside world. I felt like I was miles away from everything. I checked the door, making sure it was locked. I hadn't heard anything since I'd arrived, but I still felt a little uneasy. The woods outside were vast and dark now, and something about the quiet made my nerves buzz in the back of my mind. I pushed the feeling away, telling myself it was just the isolation. I turned off the lights, pulled a blanket off the couch, and settled in front of the fire. I didn't expect to fall asleep quickly, but eventually, the warmth and the crackling fire lulled me into a light sleep. The sound of footsteps woke me up. At first, I thought I was dreaming, but then the sound came again, slow, deliberate steps on the wooden floor. My heart skipped a beat. I wasn't alone. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I bolted upright, listening. The house was eerily silent again, but the fear was real. I strained my ears, but I didn't hear anything else. I grabbed the flashlight from my backpack and crept quietly toward the hallway. The cabin was small, so I could see the door to the bedroom from where I stood, but the flashlight only illuminated a small circle of light in the darkness. I didn't see anything, but my pulse was racing. I moved toward the door, the beam of the flashlight trembling in my hand. It was just my imagination, I told myself. It had to be. Maybe I was still groggy, or maybe the wind was making the house creak. But as I reached for the door, I froze. There was something on the floor, a small, faint trail of dirt. Not much, just enough to notice, enough to make me feel like I wasn't imagining things. I backed away from the door, my chest tightening. I hadn't left any dirt on the floor when I came in, and there was no way I could have tracked it in from outside. The trail was strange, almost deliberate, like someone had walked through the house without me hearing them. The light flickered. I felt my breath quicken. I was getting paranoid. There had to be an explanation, a logical one. Maybe an animal had gotten inside, or maybe the cabin just had old floorboards, and I hadn't noticed the creaks until now. But then the footsteps came again. This time they were louder, closer. I spun around, shining the light toward the living room, but the space was empty. My mind was racing, my heart pounding in my chest. There was no way I was going to be able to sleep now. I pulled the door open slowly, half expecting something or someone to be standing on the other side. The hallway was empty. I stepped out, flashlight in hand, and crept along the floor. The silence was maddening. Every creak of the wood under my feet seemed to echo, too loud in the stillness. The dirt trail was gone, but my mind refused to let go of it. My stomach was twisted in knots, and I felt this cold dread creeping up the back of my neck. I went outside, half expecting to find something in the woods. But the air was still, too still. The world outside seemed to be holding its breath. I stood there for a long time, listening, straining my ears, but nothing happened. No rustling in the trees, no distant sounds of animals or wind, just a void of silence. I forced myself to go back inside. It was getting late, and my nerves were shot. I locked the door behind me, checked the windows once again, and tried to convince myself it was all just in my head. The house was old. Of course, it creaked and groaned. I went back to the couch, wrapped myself in the blanket again, and tried to force myself to sleep. But every time I closed my eyes, I could hear the footsteps again, echoing in my mind. They didn't stop, didn't fade. I stayed awake, lying there in the darkness, waiting for morning. When the sun finally began to rise, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. The darkness of the night had been the worst of it. The world outside was bright, the birds were chirping, and everything felt more real, less sinister. I got up, stretched, and started making coffee, feeling like an idiot for getting so worked up. The day was mine now, and I planned to enjoy it. There was nothing out there, no one out there. I was alone, just the way I wanted it. But then, as I opened the door to step outside, I saw something in the dirt, a single, fresh footprint. It wasn't mine, and it wasn't an animal's. It was human. It was my father's before he passed, and even then, it had already been falling apart. A plain wooden structure shoved into a bend in the trees somewhere in the Adirondacks, near a creek that sometimes swelled with the snowmelt. He used to take me there when I was a kid, back when it still had power and the roof didn't sag in the middle. When he died, I didn't go back for a long time. I left it to rot in the forest like it wanted to, but last fall I got tired of the city. I don't know what it was. Something about the way people stared through you on the subway, or how the sirens never stopped. I just wanted silence, somewhere I could breathe again, get my head right. So I took time off work, packed up a cooler full of canned food and bottled water, and drove north. I brought a heavy flashlight, a knife, and a bolt for the old door. It didn't need much. The cabin was remote. No one went out that way. That was part of the appeal. I didn't even tell anyone I was going. I left early, before sunrise, and made good time. The last hour of the drive was a dirt road that hadn't been graded in years. My tires crunched over gravel and dried leaves, and I had to get out a few times to move fallen branches. It was colder than I expected. I kept my jacket zipped all the way up. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was already low behind the trees. It was exactly like I remembered. Gray wood walls gone soft with rot, a rusted stovepipe, and a warped deck with nails poking out of the planks. The steps bowed when I climbed them. Something smelled like damp wood and mouse piss. Still, it was quiet, and that was what I wanted. I let myself in and looked around. There was a thick coat of dust on everything. A few old pots, some busted chairs, a cot along one wall. No power, no plumbing. Just a wood stove, a hand pump sink that probably didn't work, and a locked footlocker where my dad used to keep shells and knives. The creek was still there, too, running slow just behind the trees. You could hear it if you stood still long enough. I spent the first night eating cold chili out of a can and drinking water straight from the bottle. I hadn't brought much, just a sleeping bag, some tools, and a portable solar charger for my phone. Not that there was service. I checked. Nothing but no signal and 18% battery. I shut it off to save power. I hadn't come here to stare at a screen anyway. That night was colder than I expected. The wood stove still worked, but I didn't feel like trying to get a fire going in the dark. I laid there in my sleeping bag, fully clothed, listening to the trees sway outside and the sound of small animals moving in the walls. I told myself it was mice, nothing bigger. I used to hear the same thing when I was a kid, and it never turned out to be anything worse than a raccoon. I didn't sleep much, but I didn't care. I just liked the quiet. The next few days blurred together. I cleared some brush around the cabin, unjammed the shutters, patched a hole in the roof with tarp and duct tape. I went down to the creek and filled a bucket to boil, even though I had bottled water. I wanted to get used to doing things the hard way. That was the point of being out there. Make myself useful. One morning, around the fourth day, I saw footprints by the creek. They weren't mine. I always wore heavy boots with a deep heel. These were lighter, narrower, almost like sneakers. They came from the tree line, stopped at the bank of the creek, and turned back. I stared at them for a long time, trying to make sense of it. They weren't fresh, maybe a day old, but they were clear enough. I looked around and didn't see anyone. The woods were quiet. Still, I told myself it was nothing. Could have been a hiker or a hunter, maybe even some teenagers messing around. There was a trail a few miles off. I'd seen signs of it before. I tried not to let it bother me. That night, I kept the bolt on the door locked and moved the cooler in front of it. I left the flashlight next to my sleeping bag and didn't sleep at all. Every creak in the walls made my stomach turn. The next morning, I checked again. The prints were still there. Nothing new. I did a slow walk around the cabin, even went up the hill a bit to see if I could spot anything through the trees. Nothing. Not a sound. No birds either. That should have been a bigger red flag than it was. A day passed. Then two. No more prints. I started to think I imagined them. But on the seventh night, I woke up to the sound of the deck boards creaking. Not wind. Not animals. Footsteps. I didn't move. I just laid there in the dark with my heart pounding so loud it filled my head. I reached slowly for the flashlight. My hand was shaking. The footsteps stopped. Right outside the door. Right behind the cooler I'd moved. I didn't breathe. Whoever it was, they stood there for a long time. Not knocking. Not trying the handle. Just standing there. I could hear them breathing. That slow, patient rhythm. I didn't turn on the light. Eventually, the footsteps moved again. Soft creaks across the porch, and then down the steps. I waited until the sun came up before I opened the door. There was no one there. No tracks. The ground was dry. Whoever it was must have known how to move without leaving much behind. I walked the whole perimeter, checked the trees. Nothing. After that, I stopped sleeping entirely. I spent the next night sitting up in the corner with my flashlight in one hand and my knife in the other. I kept the light off. Every few minutes, I would glance at the door. Sometimes I thought I heard something in the woods. Sometimes I thought I saw shapes between the trees. But every time I blinked, they vanished. The night after that, I heard the deck boards again. This time, they didn't stop at the door. They circled the cabin. I heard steps at the side window, then around back. Then silence, like whoever it was just vanished into the woods again. I stayed awake until morning. I don't remember blinking. I just sat there and waited for something to happen. It never did. When the sun came up, I took the knife and went looking. I followed a faint trail from the creek through the trees. It didn't look like an animal path. Too clean. No branches broken, just leaves pressed down in a subtle line. I followed it for maybe half a mile until I came across something that made my stomach drop. It was a tarp. Green. Weathered. Weighted down at the corners with rocks. I stood there for a long time before I had the nerve to lift it. Underneath, I found a sleeping bag, rolled tight. Next to it, a small pile of trash, wrappers, an empty water bottle, and a cigarette but pressed into a can lid. Whoever had been watching the cabin had been camping there, living out here. Close. I looked around fast, spun in every direction, scanning the trees. Nothing moved. I don't know what I was expecting. Maybe to see someone duck behind a tree, or the glint of binoculars in the sun. But there was nothing. Just that little camp and the trees pressing in. I didn't take anything. I just backed away, slow, and made my way back to the cabin. I didn't sleep that night either. I kept thinking about how long they had been there, watching, how many nights they stood on the porch right outside the door, listening to me breathe. I wanted to leave, but I didn't. There was something about it that made it hard to go. Not fear, something deeper, like if I left, they'd follow me. Or worse, like they were waiting for me to try. The next night was the worst. Started just after sundown. I was sitting in the same corner, flashlight off, knife in hand, heart going crazy. I heard the steps again, on the deck, then a long pause, then something tapping on the wall. Not hard, just a slow, soft tap, like the tip of a finger, then another, all around the cabin, tapping on each wall one at a time. I couldn't move. I felt like a deer trying not to breathe while something stalks past it in the dark. The tapping stopped, then footsteps again, around the side, then the window. I didn't turn to look, but I heard the slow drag of a hand across the glass. Then silence. I stayed that way for hours, barely blinking. No light, no movement. When the sun came up, I checked everything again. The cooler was still in place. The bolt still latched. But when I opened the door, I saw something that turned my stomach inside out. A single screw from the hinges was missing. Just one. It hadn't fallen out. It had been pulled. I knew because the rest of the hinge had been lifted slightly, like someone had tried to pry it loose without making a sound. That was when I finally decided to leave. I packed everything in 15 minutes. Left the food, left the gear, left the rest of the tools. I just shoved my flashlight and knife in my bag, locked the door behind me, and walked fast to the truck. I didn't look at the trees, didn't look at the creek. Just got in, turned the key, and started driving. I didn't see anyone on the way out. Not on the road, not in the woods. It wasn't until I got to the first gas station an hour south that I turned on my phone again. Still no signal, but in my photos folder there was a new picture, one I hadn't taken. It was a shot of me, lying in my sleeping bag, taken through the cracked window behind the stove. No flash, no sound, just... I had never been so eager to leave the city in my life. The concrete, the noise, the constant hum of people. It all had a weight to it that I had been carrying for months. The plan was simple enough. I would rent a small, secluded cabin in the woods for a few days, just to get away from everything. No distractions, no deadlines, just peace and quiet. A little solitude would do me good. That's what I thought. Anyway, the drive there was uneventful at first. It was a long stretch of highway cutting through fields and forests. Nothing but the soft hum of the car's engine and the occasional whistle of the wind through the open window. I couldn't even remember the last time I'd been in the woods. The trees seemed endless, a thick wall of green on either side of the road. The air felt different out there, fresh and sharp, not like the stale, recycled air of the city. I'd been looking forward to this trip for weeks. I was tired of work, tired of people, tired of everything. A few days in the woods sounded like just what I needed to reset. The cabin was located at the end of a narrow, winding road, miles away from any town. There were no neighbors, no other houses, just trees, rocks, and silence. I had rented it online, a small, modest place with a few simple amenities and a fireplace for warmth. There was a part of me that felt uneasy about the isolation, but I pushed that thought away. It was what I wanted. The road leading up to the cabin was rough, full of potholes and gravel. As the car bounced and jolted over the uneven terrain, I could feel the anticipation building. The trees thinned out a bit as I rounded a bend, and suddenly, there it was, the cabin. A small, two-story structure with a wraparound porch, surrounded by trees and thick brush. It looked like something out of an old movie, a classic little cabin in the woods. It was perfect. I parked the car in front of the cabin, stepping out into the cool air. The smell of pine and earth was sharp in my nose, and I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the city lift off my shoulders. It was quiet here, too quiet in a way. There were no birds, no insects, just the sound of the wind rustling through the trees. I grabbed my bags from the trunk, making my way up the wooden steps and to the front door. The key was hidden in a small lockbox near the porch, just as the owner had said. I opened it and unlocked the door, stepping inside. The cabin smelled old, like wood, dust, and something faintly sweet. The interior was simple, with dark wood beams and rustic furniture. There was a small living room with a couch, a wood-burning stove, and a large window that overlooked the forest. It looked cozy, just as I had hoped. The kitchen was tucked into the corner, and a narrow staircase led up to a loft bedroom. I set my bags down, took a moment to take it all in, then went to start a fire in the stove. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows through the trees outside. I felt a pang of excitement in my chest. I was going to enjoy this. After everything, this was exactly what I needed. As the fire crackled to life, I moved around the cabin, exploring. The walls were lined with old photographs, most of them faded and yellowed with age. Some were pictures of the cabin when it was first built, others were of a family, husband, wife, kids. A few of the photos showed the cabin in different seasons, covered in snow, surrounded by vibrant fall foliage. It felt like a place that had been around for a long time, steeped in history with stories of its own. By the time the fire was going strong, the sun had dipped below the horizon, and the forest outside was bathed in an eerie twilight. I made myself a simple dinner, nothing fancy, just a sandwich, and ate it while sitting by the fire. The glow from the flames flickered in the dark, casting long shadows across the room. It was peaceful, but the quiet was starting to feel strange, like the stillness of the woods was pressing in on me. I tried to ignore it. After dinner, I decided to take a walk outside. The air was cooler now, and the sound of the wind in the trees was the only noise around. I made my way down a narrow path that led into the forest, the tall trees towering over me. The ground was soft with moss and fallen leaves, and the dim light of the setting sun filtered through the branches above. It was beautiful, but there was something unsettling about it, too. The woods felt alive in a way that made my skin prickle. I walked for maybe 20 minutes, trying to push the feeling of unease out of my mind. The further I went, the more isolated I felt. There was no sign of any other life, no animals, no sounds of distant cars or voices, just me, the trees, and the whispering wind. I stopped at a small clearing, the trees parting to reveal a patch of open ground. In the center of the clearing, I noticed something strange, an old, rusted piece of metal sticking out of the earth. It was part of a broken fence, the kind you might see in a field. I walked closer to inspect it. The metal was bent and twisted, but it seemed odd, like it didn't belong here in the middle of the woods. I crouched down to get a better look, brushing away the dirt around the metal. That's when I saw it. There was something buried beneath the earth, something unnatural. It wasn't a large object, but it was solid, and its shape seemed wrong. My heart skipped a beat. I stood up quickly, my mind racing. I didn't know what to make of it, but I suddenly felt very exposed, like something was watching me. A cold shiver ran down my spine, and I turned to head back to the cabin. The feeling of being watched wouldn't go away, but I kept my pace steady. I couldn't shake the thought that there was something off about this place, something I couldn't put my finger on. When I got back to the cabin, I locked the door behind me, not even realizing I had done it until I heard the click of the bolt sliding into place. I sat down by the fire again, trying to calm my nerves. The shadows in the cabin felt deeper now, and the flickering light from the fire only made them seem more pronounced. I told myself it was just the isolation, the quiet. It was getting to me. I was just tired. That's all. As the night wore on, the air grew colder. I wrapped myself in a blanket and sat near the fire, listening to the wind outside. It was the kind of cold that made your bones ache, and the silence in the cabin seemed heavier with every passing minute. Every now and then, I'd hear a twig snap outside, or the faint rustle of leaves in the wind. It didn't seem unusual, but it was enough to keep me on edge. At some point, I drifted off to sleep, the fire crackling softly behind me. My dreams were strange, full of flashes of dark shapes and fleeting images. I could feel something, but I couldn't see it. I woke up suddenly, a jolt of panic shooting through me. The room was pitch black, the fire long since gone out. I fumbled for my phone, checking the time, 3:13 a.m. The air in the cabin was freezing now, and I realized I had forgotten to put another log on the fire before going to sleep. My breath fogged in front of me as I sat up, trying to gather myself. That's when I heard it. A sound soft at first, then louder. A slow scraping like something dragging against wood. I froze. My heart hammered in my chest. I listened closely, trying to make sense of it. The sound came again, this time closer. It wasn't just the wind. This was something deliberate, something moving. My mind raced. Was someone outside? Was it an animal? I wasn't sure, but I wasn't going to find out. I reached for the closest thing I could grab, a heavy metal flashlight, and held it tight, my fingers white around the handle. I waited, listening. The sound stopped. For a moment, everything was quiet again. I held my breath, straining my ears, but I didn't hear anything. It was like the sound had never happened at all. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding and slowly stood up, moving toward the window to peek outside. Nothing. The trees were still. There was no movement, no sign of anything, but that strange feeling of being watched wouldn't go away. I backed away from the window and glanced at the door. Something wasn't right. I felt it deep in my gut. I had always been drawn to the idea of solitude, so when I found the little cabin tucked away in the woods on a secluded property, I didn't hesitate. It wasn't a luxury retreat or a fancy vacation home. It was a simple, rustic cabin built decades ago, with rough-hewn logs and a roof that sagged slightly in the middle. The kind of place that looked like it had been forgotten by time. That was exactly why I wanted it. No distractions, no noise, just me and nature. I had a few days off from work and wanted to get away from everything, to clear my head. The cabin wasn't far from the nearest town, maybe an hour's drive, but it felt like a world apart once you turned off the paved road and onto the gravel path that led to the property. Trees crowded in on both sides, their thick trunks and hanging branches obscuring the sky, leaving just slivers of sunlight to pierce through the canopy. It was peaceful, almost eerily quiet. I didn't know much about the cabin's history. The owner was an old man, someone who had lived in the area for years, but now the place was up for rent. The brochure I saw online mentioned a lake nearby, but I wasn't planning on swimming or fishing. I just wanted to get away. The key was under the mat as promised, and I let myself in. The place smelled of wood, dust, and something faintly musty. Old, but not unpleasant. The furniture was sparse. A worn-out couch, a few chairs, a sturdy wooden table. The kitchen was small, with a wood-burning stove that seemed to have seen better days. A few pots and pans were scattered around, as if someone had used it recently. The first thing I did was open the windows to let in some fresh air, then started a fire in the stove. It was chilly outside, and the warmth quickly spread throughout the room, making the place feel a little more homey. I unpacked my bag and set about settling in. There was a small stack of firewood next to the stove, and I put a few logs on to keep the fire going. As the night drew closer, I decided to explore the area. The cabin was surrounded by thick forest, and there was a trail that led down to the lake. I grabbed my flashlight and made my way through the trees, the crunch of dry leaves underfoot the only sound breaking the silence. The lake was beautiful, its surface smooth like glass, the kind of place you could sit by for hours and just lose yourself in the stillness. I stood there for a long time, watching the water, feeling the cool breeze on my skin. It was peaceful, too peaceful. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. I turned back to the cabin, the woods feeling a little more oppressive, the shadows of the trees stretching longer with the setting sun. When I got back, the fire in the stove was still burning, but the air in the cabin felt heavier, as if the warmth wasn't enough to chase away the chill that had settled deep into my bones. I made some dinner, nothing fancy, just canned soup and bread, and ate at the table, but the quiet seemed to press in on me. Every creak of the house, every rustle of the wind outside, felt too loud, too close. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just the isolation getting to me, but it didn't help. I kept checking the windows, half expecting to see someone standing outside, watching me. There was no one, of course, but the feeling wouldn't go away. I had planned on reading a book or watching a movie, but it felt like too much effort. I turned off the lights, hoping the darkness would help me sleep, but my mind kept racing. Hours passed. I don't know how long I lay there, staring at the ceiling, listening to the sound of my own breath. Then I heard it, a faint scraping noise, like something dragging along the floorboards. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. My eyes darted around the room, but everything was still. There was nothing out of the ordinary, no reason for the noise. Came again, louder this time. A dragging, scraping sound, like something heavy was being moved across the floor. I stood up, my legs shaking beneath me, and grabbed the flashlight from the table. My hand trembled as I clicked it on, the beam of light cutting through the darkness. Nothing. I checked the cabin, going from room to room, but everything was in its place. There were no signs of anyone having entered, no broken windows or open doors. I felt stupid, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I double-checked the locks on the windows and doors, then returned to the bedroom and tried to sleep. The next morning, I woke up early, the pale light of dawn filtering through the trees outside. I didn't feel any better. If anything, I felt worse. The night had been restless, filled with strange noises and a constant sense of being watched. I wasn't sure if I had been dreaming or if the sounds had been real, but it didn't matter. I needed to get out. I packed my things, and as I was about to leave, I noticed something strange in the corner of the room. A small, dark stain on the floor near the bed. I knelt down to get a better look, but when I touched it, my hand came away clean. It was as if the stain had vanished. I stared at the spot for a long time, trying to make sense of it, but nothing about the place made sense anymore. I had to leave. The longer I stayed, the more uneasy I felt, like something was waiting for me to let my guard down. As I walked to the door, I heard that scraping noise again, this time from upstairs. I didn't wait to investigate. I grabbed my bag and ran to the car, not stopping until I was back on the main road. I don't know what happened at that cabin. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, or maybe there was something I couldn't explain. But I never went back, and I don't think I ever will. I still think about it sometimes, though, especially when I'm in the woods. It's hard to shake the feeling that something followed me home. Work had been eating me alive. Deadlines, meetings, the constant hum of emails and Slack messages. I'd wake up to alarms, go to sleep with screen burn on my eyes, and somewhere in between, I forgot what quiet even sounded like. I wasn't burnt out, I was past that. I felt hollow, like I was just drifting through. So I decided to take a week off. No phone, no laptop, no people. Just me, a borrowed cabin, and a few books I'd been meaning to read for years. I didn't tell anyone exactly where I was going, just that I was heading into the mountains to recharge. A guy from work, Brian, had a place out near some lake in the middle of nowhere. He owed me a favor and offered it for free. Said it was small, quiet, off the grid. Perfect. I packed light. Just clothes, food, a flashlight, batteries, a couple knives, my old hiking boots, and a decent first aid kit. The drive was long. By the time I hit the last hour, the road turned to gravel, and then eventually narrowed into a dirt path with weeds and grass growing in the middle. The trees pressed close on either side, and I stopped seeing power lines or even tire marks. My GPS gave up somewhere around the first broken down barn. It was fine. I printed out the directions. The cabin wasn't much to look at. It sat in a small clearing surrounded by dense pines, about 100 yards from the lake. The lake itself was glassy and still, like it hadn't been disturbed in years. The cabin had a tin roof, weather-beaten with siding, and a front porch with a busted swing. One window was cracked, the other was fogged over. No power, no plumbing, just a rain barrel on one side and a composting toilet out back. Inside was better than I expected. Clean, mostly. One small cot with a heavy wool blanket, a wood stove, shelves with canned food and some old camping gear, a folding table, and a chair that creaked when I sat in it. I lit a few candles, cracked a window, and sat there for maybe an hour, just listening to nothing. No buzz of traffic, no distant voices, not even wind. Just the sound of trees creaking and the occasional plop of water from the lake. It was strange at first, like my brain didn't know what to do without noise, but after a while it settled. I felt still, like I was exactly where I needed to be. The first couple days were quiet. I slept in, ate simple meals, walked the perimeter of the woods, and sat on the porch just watching birds flit through the trees. I didn't see anyone, didn't hear anything that made me uneasy. I'd brought a journal and wrote in it every night. Just small things, what I saw, what I felt, dreams I had. Felt good to get it down. By the third night, I started hearing something. Not loud, just odd. It was around 2 a.m. I was lying in bed, half asleep, when I heard what sounded like footsteps on the path that led to the lake. Slow, deliberate, not animals. Animals don't walk like that. I sat up, listening. The footsteps stopped. I stayed frozen for maybe 5 full minutes, heart thudding in my chest. Then nothing. I chalked it up to my imagination and went back to sleep. The next morning, I walked the path. No footprints, no broken branches, nothing out of place. Still, I felt watched, like something in the woods had eyes on me. I shook it off. Too many movies, maybe. That night, the footsteps came again. Closer this time. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe hard. I just listened. They came up to the front of the cabin and stopped. Then there was a soft sound. Not quite scratching, not quite tapping. Like someone dragging fingers across wood. I didn't have a gun, but I had a hatchet. I grabbed it and crept toward the door, heart in my throat. I didn't open it. I just stood there listening. The sound stopped. Then silence. Nothing but the pounding in my ears. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I found something strange. On the porch, near the steps, a single boot print. Not mine. Bigger, heavier. Deep in the mud, like someone had stood there for a while. I checked the rest of the clearing. Nothing else. Just that one print. I should have left right then. But I didn't. I told myself maybe a hunter passed through. Maybe someone from a nearby cabin. But that didn't make sense. There weren't supposed to be any other cabins out here. That's what Brian told me. And the footprint, why just one? Why not more? I stayed up the next night, lights off, sitting by the window. I had the hatchet in my lap. I waited. Hours passed. Around 3 a.m., I saw movement at the edge of the trees. A figure, just standing there, watching the cabin. I couldn't see a face, couldn't tell if it was a man or woman, just the outline. I didn't move. They didn't move. We stayed like that until the first light of dawn started to gray the sky. Then they turned and walked back into the woods. Calm, slow, like they had all the time in the world. I locked the door. Not that it would have stopped anyone, and stayed inside all day. Didn't eat, didn't write. I just sat trying to make sense of it. Was it some crazy hermit? A lost hiker? Someone messing with me? I kept replaying it over and over. That night, there was no sound. Nothing. Not even animals. Just a dead, heavy silence. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I found something new. Hanging from the porch post was a strip of cloth. Torn, dirty, maybe from a shirt or jacket. Tied in a knot. I didn't touch it. I just stared at it for a long time. I packed my bag that day. I was done. Whatever this was, it wasn't random. Someone knew I was here. Someone was watching. And they weren't trying to make friends. I left just after noon. I didn't even clean up. I just threw my gear in the trunk, locked the cabin. Pointless, but it felt right. And started down the path. The road back felt longer. I kept checking the mirror, sure I'd see something behind me. Every time I stopped to check a turn, I listened for footsteps. Nothing, just the trees. About 20 miles out, I stopped for gas at this tiny, rundown station. Old man behind the counter, thick glasses, didn't say much. I asked if he knew the area. He nodded. I told him where I'd been. He went quiet. "You alone out there?" he finally asked. I nodded. He just stared at me for a long second and said, "You're lucky." I didn't ask what he meant. I didn't want to know. I drove straight home. Didn't stop. Didn't sleep. Just kept going until I saw streetlights again. Until I was back in the noise and the traffic and the mess of real life. I didn't tell anyone what happened. Not at first. When I got home, I took a long shower, sat on the couch, and stared at the wall for hours. I left the hatchet by the front door for a week, just in case. A month later, Brian called, said he was heading up to the cabin for the weekend. I told him to be careful. He laughed it off, said I probably spooked myself. City boy alone in the woods. I didn't argue. 2 days later, he called again. Voice shaking. Someone had broken in. Door wide open, everything inside trashed. Not stolen, trashed. The mattress was cut open. The table snapped in half. Every can in the pantry opened and dumped. And carved into the wall, just above the cot, were 4 words. I saw you sleeping. Brian didn't go back. Neither did I. The cabin's still there, far as I know. Rotting slowly in the woods. No phone lines, no neighbors, just trees, the lake, and whatever's out there watching. I don't go camping anymore. I don't hike alone. And every now and then, when I wake up in the middle of the night and feel like something's outside my window, I remind myself it's just my imagination. But I still keep that hatchet by the door, just in case. I've always been the kind of person who prefers isolation over crowds. Some people find peace in parties, others in bars or beaches. Me, I find it in the woods, far from cell towers, traffic, and forced smiles. It's not that I don't like people, I just need time away from them. Time to hear my own thoughts without the background noise of 100 others. That's why I booked a week alone at a cabin in northern Wisconsin in early October. I wanted to finish a writing project I'd put off for too long, and I needed quiet. The kind of quiet you only find when the closest neighbor is 20 miles away, and the only sounds you hear are the wind and your own breath. I found the place online. A simple log cabin near a lake, surrounded by dense pine and maple forests, with a small wood stove, a basic kitchenette, no internet, and only a small radio. The listing said it had running water, a composting toilet, and a generator I could use if I needed to charge anything. That was fine by me. I packed up my truck, brought enough food and supplies for a week, and left early on a Monday morning, planning to be back by Sunday evening. The drive was long, 8 hours through rolling hills, then flat stretches of farmland, until finally the roads got smaller and rougher, turning to gravel and dirt. The last hour was the slowest, winding through thick woods on a barely maintained trail that didn't even show up on my GPS. I had to use printed directions from the owner, scribbled in shaky handwriting, guiding me with landmarks like, turn left at the rusted gate, and go past the downed birch. I reached the cabin just before sunset. The air was cold, that sharp northern chill that creeps into your lungs and bites your fingers even in gloves. The cabin looked just like the pictures, small, 1-story, built with thick logs darkened by weather and time. A small front porch, a single door, and 2 windows facing the lake. The forest behind it was dense, the kind of thick where the trees seemed to lean in together, whispering. I unpacked, started a fire in the stove, and settled in for the night. There was no signal on my phone, which I expected, so I shut it off. The cabin was warm, the silence was perfect, and I felt the tension I didn't even know I was carrying begin to melt away. That first night, I slept like a stone. No dreams, no interruptions. Just the steady warmth of the stove and the sound of the wind brushing against the wooden walls. It wasn't until the 3rd day that I noticed something off. I'd gotten into a rhythm. I'd wake up around 6, brew coffee on the little gas stove, then sit on the porch wrapped in a blanket, watching the sunrise over the lake. Around 9, I'd write for a few hours, break for lunch, then walk in the woods with a thermos of coffee and my thoughts. That morning, I went down the narrow trail behind the cabin I'd followed the day before. It looped around a small hill and followed a stream deeper into the forest. The air was damp, leaves soft underfoot, the world muffled in gold and gray. I'd gone about 30 minutes in when I noticed the small boot print. It was in the mud, near the edge of the stream. Not a hiking boot like mine, this was a smaller print, narrow, worn flat. It wasn't fresh, maybe a day old. Could have been from a hunter or someone passing through, but it threw me off. The listing had said the land was private, over 200 acres owned by the same family since the 1950s. No public trails, no access roads, and no other cabins or homes nearby. I kept going, trying to convince myself it was nothing, but something had shifted in the air, like I was being watched. I kept glancing back, waiting for a movement that never came. When I got back to the cabin, I walked the perimeter just to reassure myself. No tire tracks, no footprints besides mine. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. That night, the wind picked up and I kept waking up, listening. There was no reason to be nervous. I was alone, in the middle of nowhere, just me and the trees. But every sound, the groan of the wood stove, the creak of the roof, felt like something trying to get in. The next morning, I decided to go farther down the trail, past the spot where I saw the print. I packed water, some jerky, and my folding knife, not because I thought I'd need it, but because the unease hadn't left me. I also brought a notebook, thinking maybe I'd find a place to sit and write in the woods. About an hour in, I came across something I hadn't seen before. Tarp. It was blue, dirty, partially covered in leaves and brush. I pulled it back and saw what looked like a small, makeshift shelter, branches stacked in a crude frame, the tarp lashed across it with rope. Inside was a mess of things. Food wrappers, an empty can of beans, a stained blanket, and a rusted thermos. Someone had been living out here, maybe still was. I stood there for a long time, just staring. There were no signs of recent activity, no fresh footprints or warm coals, but it wasn't old either. A few weeks, maybe less. I turned back, retracing my steps faster than I had come in. My heart thudded in my chest, and I kept my knife open in my hand. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept imagining someone watching from the woods, just outside the edge of the firelight. Around midnight, I thought I heard a noise on the porch, something soft, like footsteps. I didn't get up. I just lay there, holding the knife under my sleeping bag, eyes wide in the dark. The next morning, I found a small pile of rocks stacked on the porch. 5 flat stones balanced carefully. I hadn't put them there. I stared at them for a long time, heart pounding. This wasn't just nature. Someone had been here. I took the rocks and threw them into the woods hard. I thought about packing up and leaving, but the idea of driving 8 hours back, tired and shaken, wasn't appealing. And maybe I told myself it was nothing. Maybe someone had passed through and thought it was funny. Maybe a hunter. Maybe some weird forest art. I told myself a lot of things I didn't believe. But from that point on, I never truly relaxed. I kept the knife with me at all times. I made sure the door was locked. I started sleeping with one eye open, checking the windows twice before I let the stove die down. On the 5th night, it all came to a head. I was sitting by the stove, reading by lantern light, when I heard something outside. Not just wind or branches. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, circling the cabin. I turned off the lantern and waited. My heart was hammering. I couldn't see anything through the windows. They were fogged from the inside. But I knew someone was out there. I waited, knife in hand, crouched low. Then I heard it. A quiet knock. Not on the door. On the window. Just one tap. Then silence. I didn't move. I barely breathed. Another tap. Closer this time. I stayed like that for what felt like an hour. Then the sound faded. Footsteps retreating into the trees. I didn't sleep. I didn't even lie down. I just sat in the corner, knife on my lap, eyes on the door. In the morning, I found footprints in the frost. Not mine. Barefoot. Whoever had been out there wasn't wearing shoes. The prints led around the cabin, through the brush, then vanished into the woods. That was it. I packed up everything I could fit into my bag, stuffed food and gear into the truck, and left. I didn't care about the rest. I didn't care about the food I left behind or the deposit I'd never get back. I just wanted out. The drive back was a blur. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone crouched in the bed of the truck, clinging to the tailgate. I didn't tell anyone for a long time, not because I was afraid they wouldn't believe me, but because I didn't want to relive it. I didn't want to give it weight by saying it out loud. Weeks later, I got a letter from the cabin owner, handwritten, said he was refunding my deposit because he found the place unlocked, some supplies missing, and thought maybe someone had broken in after I left. Said it had happened once before, years back. Someone squatting in the woods, stealing supplies from cabins. That's all he said. But he didn't know what I saw, what I heard. That knock on the window, that bare footprint in the frost. I haven't been back to the woods since. I haven't even camped. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, heart pounding, sure I heard something outside. Sometimes I wonder if whoever was out there is still wandering, waiting for the next quiet place, the next cabin. I had always been drawn to the idea of getting away from the noise of everyday life. When I stumbled across an old cabin deep in the woods while searching for a quiet weekend getaway, I thought it was the perfect spot to disconnect. The place was listed as a rustic retreat, which sounded ideal. No fancy amenities, no distractions, just nature and peace. I didn't hesitate to book it. The drive there was longer than I expected, winding through a series of narrow backroads that seemed to get less traveled as I moved further into the forest. Eventually, the pavement ended and the dirt road began. The trees were thick, their branches reaching overhead like something straight out of a picture book. The sun was setting, casting long shadows that made the woods feel even more isolated. As I neared the cabin, the light was almost gone, and I had to use the headlights to spot the driveway. The cabin itself looked like it had been built a century ago, with dark, weathered wood and a steep roof that slanted dramatically. There were no neighbors for miles, and the only sound was the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. It was exactly what I was looking for. I unpacked the car quickly, eager to get inside where it would be warmer. The inside of the cabin was just as old and rustic as the outside. There was a stone fireplace, a small kitchen with mismatched furniture, and a wooden staircase that led up to the loft. It smelled faintly of mildew, but the kind of mildew you find in an old book, not unpleasant, just familiar. I lit the fireplace, hoping it would warm the room. The wood crackled and popped, sending shadows dancing across the walls. There was something calming about it, but at the same time, a slight tension hung in the air. It wasn't anything I could put my finger on, but I felt it, like something was just on the edge of my awareness, watching me. The night fell, and the wind picked up, howling through the trees outside. I sat in a chair by the fire, reading a book I'd brought along, trying to shake off the feeling that something was wrong. The cabin creaked and groaned as the wind pushed against it, and every now and then, a branch would scrape across the roof, making my heart jump. I tried to focus on the pages of my book, but the noise from outside was distracting. I kept thinking I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate steps, just beyond the cabin. I stood up, heart pounding, and went to the window. There was nothing there, just the darkened woods stretching out into the night. I told myself it was just the wind, the sound of branches shifting, but the feeling of unease wouldn't go away. I double-checked the locks on the doors and windows before heading to bed. The bed was an old, creaky thing, the mattress thin and lumpy. It wasn't the most comfortable, but it was fine. I lay there in the darkness, listening to the wind and the occasional creak of the wood, trying to fall asleep. But every time I began to drift off, a noise would jolt me awake. A thud, a scrape, a faint whisper of something moving just outside the cabin. The hours dragged on. I don't know when I finally fell asleep, but I woke with a start to a strange, unsettling feeling. The room was dark, the fire had long since died out, and the only light came from the faint glow of the moon outside. But there was something else. A faint scratching sound, soft at first but getting louder, like something was trying to claw its way through the walls. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I held my breath, listening. The sound stopped, then started again, closer now, coming from the corner of the room near the window. I slowly turned my head, my eyes straining to see anything in the darkness. Nothing. I sat up, my mind racing. There was no way I imagined that. Couldn't have. I grabbed my phone, shining the light around the room, but there was nothing there. No animals, no branches scratching against the cabin. Just an eerie stillness that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The scratching continued. This time, it came from the other side of the room, just beyond the door. My breath hitched, and I stood up, my legs shaky. I slowly made my way to the door, the floorboards creaking beneath my feet. My hand hovered over the doorknob, and I forced myself to turn it, pushing the door open with a loud creak. The hallway was empty. The wind outside howled louder, and I could hear it pressing against the walls of the cabin. I stepped out into the hall, scanning the darkness. Every instinct screamed at me to go back to the safety of the bed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, just waiting for me to slip up. I crept down the stairs, careful not to make any noise. My eyes darted to the windows, the darkness beyond them thick and suffocating. Then, just as I reached the bottom, I heard it again, a low, scraping sound. It was coming from the kitchen. I moved toward the sound, the air thick with tension. The old floorboards creaked under my weight. As I reached the doorway to the kitchen, I froze. There, just beyond the threshold, I saw something, a dark shape crouched down in the corner. It wasn't an animal, no, it was too human in its form. I couldn't make out any details, just the outline of something hunched down, its back facing me. I held my breath, my pulse racing. It didn't move, didn't even acknowledge my presence. I stood there, frozen, the fear gripping me tight. Then, without thinking, I turned and ran back up the stairs, slamming the bedroom door behind me. The next morning, I woke up to an eerie silence. The sounds of the night were gone, replaced by the soft chirping of birds outside. I tried to convince myself it was all just a product of my imagination. Sleep deprivation, the unfamiliar environment. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I packed my things quickly, determined to leave the cabin behind. But as I stepped out onto the porch, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The ground around the cabin was marked with deep, claw-like scratches. They weren't from any animal I knew, not even from the biggest predators in the area. They were too deliberate, too precise, and the dirt around them was disturbed, like something had been pacing back and forth, waiting. I didn't look around any longer. I grabbed my bags, jumped into my car, and drove away, not stopping until I reached a town several miles down the road. I never found out what made those scratches or why it felt like something was watching me. But I did learn one thing that day. Some places aren't meant to be stayed in. Some places should be left alone. And sometimes, no matter how far you run, the feeling of being hunted doesn't leave. It was supposed to be a peaceful weekend, just me and the cabin. I had rented it online, an isolated spot deep in the woods, far from the noise of city life. The pictures on the website made it look perfect. Rustic, charming, tucked away in a corner of the forest where you could really get away from everything. I had a few days off from work and just needed a break to clear my mind and decompress. I arrived late in the afternoon, the sun starting to dip behind the trees. The dirt road that led to the cabin was rough, but my old SUV handled it fine. The place was tucked between a heavy stand of trees, and as I pulled up, the only thing I could hear was the soft rustling of the leaves and the occasional bird call. The cabin was small, more of a shack really, with wood slats painted a faded red. The porch creaked underfoot as I unloaded my bags, the air thick with the scent of pine. A few steps led up to the door, and a single light bulb hung dimly above it, casting just enough light to see the keybox on the side of the doorframe. I unlocked it, let myself in, and immediately noticed something about the place that felt off. It wasn't the place itself. It was clean, well-maintained, the type of rustic charm I expected. But the air inside was stale, like it hadn't been properly aired out in a while. The musty smell of old wood mixed with something that was harder to pinpoint, something slightly metallic. I shook it off, figuring it was just the dampness of being in a forest. I put my bags down by the front door and explored the cabin. The kitchen was to the right, a small vintage stove and fridge. The living room, with its mismatched furniture and stone fireplace, felt cozy, if not a little worn down. A small window overlooked the woods, the light fading fast outside. The cabin had a second floor, a narrow staircase leading up to the only bedroom. The room was simple, a queen-sized bed with an old quilt on top, a small dresser against the far wall, and a window that, like the one downstairs, looked out into the woods. The view was almost beautiful, but as I stood there, staring into the growing darkness, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I felt it. The first night passed uneventfully. I cooked myself a simple dinner, made some tea, and settled in on the couch with a book. Outside, the wind began picking up, and the trees around the cabin started to sway. The sound of branches creaking and leaves rustling was soothing at first, but soon, it started to feel unnerving. It was almost like the trees were whispering, like the wind was carrying something. I tried to ignore it, but I couldn't. I went to bed early, hoping to sleep off the odd feeling, but sleep didn't come easy. The bed was stiff, the room colder than I expected, and the sounds from outside seemed to get louder as the night went on. I kept hearing footsteps, slow, deliberate steps like someone was walking outside the cabin, pacing around it. At first, I told myself it was the wind, or maybe an animal, but the footsteps didn't sound like that. They were too consistent, too human. They circled the cabin once, then stopped. Then they started again, moving along the porch. I froze, straining to listen. The sounds were unmistakable now. Footsteps, dragging along the wooden boards of the porch. I sat up in bed, my heart hammering in my chest. I couldn't move. I just lay there, listening. It was as though someone was just outside, standing still, watching. I grabbed my phone, the screen lighting up in the dark. No service, of course. I knew I wasn't going to be able to call anyone for help. Not out here. I got out of bed slowly, making my way to the window, trying to look outside without being seen. But there was nothing there. The porch was empty. The trees swayed gently in the wind. I went back to bed, telling myself it was just my imagination. Maybe I was just tired. I tried to sleep, but the strange feeling remained. The sound of the wind had a different edge to it now, almost like it was whispering, coaxing me into something. I pulled the blanket tighter around me, hoping for sleep to come. I woke up to the sound of something scratching against the walls, slow and deliberate. It started low, then grew louder, moving from one side of the cabin to the other. I sat up again, heart racing, mind working overtime to explain what I was hearing. It didn't sound like wind or a branch scraping against the house. It sounded like fingernails dragging across the wood. I tried to shake the fear, tried to tell myself it was just animals, but the sound was so distinct, so human. I didn't know what to do. I was completely alone out here, and the thought of stepping outside to check was too terrifying to even consider. What if whoever or whatever was out there was waiting for me? I spent the rest of the night wide awake, listening to the scratching, growing louder and closer, until finally, around dawn, it stopped. Silence. Just the wind outside, rustling the leaves, and the distant call of birds. I don't know how long I stayed there, too afraid to move. It felt like hours, but when I finally looked at the clock, only 30 minutes had passed. My mind was playing tricks on me. That's what I told myself. But when I went to the bathroom the next morning, I noticed something strange. There were marks on the walls. Not deep scratches, but faint, almost like someone had dragged their fingers across the wood. As I traced my fingers along the marks, I felt a cold shiver run through me. It wasn't just the marks. It was the feeling that came with them. I decided to pack up and leave. But when I went to gather my things, I found the door was stuck. It wouldn't open. I pulled and pulled on the handle, but it wouldn't budge. I pushed against it with all my weight, but the door was sealed tight, like something was blocking it from the outside. My heart started to race again. I was trapped, completely trapped. I spent the next hour looking for a way out, trying every window, every door. Nothing. The house felt different now, darker somehow, like the walls were closing in on me. I kept hearing footsteps, but no matter where I went, no one was there. Finally, I decided to check the back door. I had never even noticed it before, but it was there, hidden behind a thick curtain of ivy. When I tried it, it opened easily, as though the lock had never been engaged. I stepped outside, taking a deep breath of the cool morning air. The forest around me looked the same, calm, still. But I knew something had changed. I didn't feel safe anymore. I quickly grabbed my things, tossed them in the car, and left. I didn't look back. The drive home was quiet, my mind still reeling from the events of the weekend. I couldn't explain what had happened at the cabin. Maybe it was just my imagination. Maybe I had been sleep deprived, or maybe I was just looking for something to be afraid of. But something in me knew that it wasn't just in my head. There was something out there in the woods, something that didn't want me there, and I was never going back. I'd been wanting to get away from the city for months, and when I finally got a break from work, I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I didn't want the kind of trip where people tag along or blow up your phone asking for updates. I wanted silence, real silence. No traffic, no TVs, no voices, just trees, wind, and the occasional creak of old wood. I found the cabin on a forum for backwoods rentals. Not the usual tourist stuff. This was deeper. No cell service, no running water, no electricity unless you brought your own generator. The pictures were grainy, but that didn't bother me. It looked remote, and that was the point. It was in northern Minnesota, tucked a few miles off a dirt road that itself was 20 miles from the nearest paved one. No signage, no lights, just coordinates and a note saying, "For by 4 needed in winter." It was mid-fall when I went, so the trails were mostly dry, and the trees were in full color. Reds, oranges, some leftover green hanging on. It looked beautiful driving in. The cabin sat in a small clearing surrounded by tall pine and birch trees. The roof sagged slightly on one side, and the porch had boards that creaked under my boots, but it held. The lockbox was rusted and hard to open. When I finally got it, the key inside looked almost handmade, like it had been filed down or replaced over the years. Inside, the air was dry and smelled faintly of old smoke and pine. There was one main room with a wood stove, a beat-up armchair, a small table, and a twin bed pushed up against the far wall. The kitchen was just a counter with a hand pump for water, a few old utensils, and a propane stove. A door in the back led to what looked like a storage room. Dust coated everything. I remember running my finger along the windowsill and seeing it come up gray. I unpacked slowly, organizing everything like I'd be there for weeks, even though I only planned on staying for nights. I brought a cooler of food, a small solar panel for charging my flashlight and radio, and a few paperback books. I even packed a notebook and pen, thinking maybe I'd try to write something. That first night was quiet, really quiet. I didn't realize how unused to real silence I was until I tried to sleep. No hum of a fridge, no buzz of streetlights, just the creak of the cabin settling and the occasional gust of wind scraping branches along the roof. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling for a long time. Every sound felt louder than it was. Around midnight, I heard something outside. Just a few footsteps, soft, slow, and deliberate. They crunched the leaves near the front porch and then stopped. I didn't move. I listened hard, trying to figure out if it was an animal or something else. But it didn't continue. No pacing, no scratching, just those few steps, then nothing. In the morning, I walked out with my boots on and checked around the clearing. I expected to see prints, deer, maybe a raccoon, but the leaves had scattered everywhere overnight, and I couldn't tell anything from the mess. I told myself it was probably a deer passing by and tried to forget it. The second night was colder. I kept the fire going longer and even pulled the chair closer to the stove. I read until the light faded and then switched to a headlamp. When I turned it off and lay down, the darkness felt heavier than before. The kind that makes you keep your eyes closed because opening them doesn't make a difference. I must have drifted off because I jolted awake sometime later, heart racing. I wasn't sure why at first. Then I heard it, this dull thud against the side of the cabin. Not hard, not loud, just a single knock. Then a few seconds later, another. Lower this time, like something hitting just above the ground. I held my breath, waited. Nothing, just wind. I stayed awake for the rest of the night. By the third day, I was trying to shake it off. I chopped some wood from the pile outside, took a short walk into the woods, and tried to enjoy the quiet. But I couldn't stop thinking about those sounds. I started locking the door with the chain I brought, even though there wasn't anyone for miles. At least, there shouldn't have been. That afternoon, I walked farther than usual. I wanted to clear my head. The woods were thick but beautiful, and after about an hour of wandering, I found a small overgrown trail I hadn't noticed before, curved east, away from where I came in. Curiosity pulled me in. It wasn't marked, but the way the brush had been flattened told me it had been used, just not recently. I followed it for maybe 20 minutes until I reached a rise in the land. At the top, I could see part of a clearing, not unlike the one where my cabin sat. But there was something different about this one. There were signs of old structures, with beams sticking out of the ground, a rusted metal barrel, some broken tools scattered about. I didn't go all the way in. Something about it felt wrong, like it had been abandoned in a hurry, or maybe just forgotten entirely. I turned around and walked back faster than I came in. That night, I set up my flashlight to point at the front door. I figured if anything moved out there, I'd at least see the beam get broken. I also set some sticks against the wall just outside. If they fell, I'd hear it. I didn't want to get surprised again. Sometime after midnight, the sticks clattered, loud enough to jerk me awake. I jumped out of bed and checked the flashlight beam. Still solid. I peeked through the window. Couldn't see anything. I grabbed the axe I'd used earlier and stood in the dark, not moving. For almost an hour, I didn't hear anything else. The next morning, the sticks were scattered. Something had been there. I walked a slow circle around the cabin, found what looked like a boot print behind the porch. Could have been mine, but the angle was weird, like someone had stood there facing the wall, just standing, not walking. I stayed inside most of that day. I didn't read, didn't eat much, just watched the trees. Every gust of wind, every shift of light through the branches made me tense up. I started to regret coming. I even considered packing up and driving out, but it was already late afternoon, and the trail would be rough after dark. I told myself one more night. I'd leave first thing in the morning, but the last night didn't wait. I went to bed with the axe beside me, didn't light the stove. I didn't want the glow giving away where I was. I lay there in full clothes, boots on, blanket over me. Every noise was sharper. Even my own breathing felt too loud. Around 2 a.m., I heard the porch creak. Slow. Step. Pause. Step. I sat up and grabbed the axe. The beam of my flashlight was still solid. I didn't move it, just waited. Then I heard the door handle turn. It didn't rattle like someone trying to force it. Turned smooth, slow, like someone checking if it was locked. It was. I stayed completely still. I didn't breathe. The handle turned again, then stopped. Nothing for a long time. Then something moved past the window. A shadow, wide shoulders. I couldn't make out the face, just the shape. It stood there, not walking, just there. Then it moved off, back into the trees. I didn't sleep after that. As soon as the sky started to brighten, I packed, fast. Left half my food, some of my gear. Didn't care. I just wanted out. The drive back down the trail was rough. My tires slipped more than once. Every sound from the woods made me flinch. I didn't stop until I hit the highway, and even then I kept going for hours. I filed a report with the county when I got back. Not a police report, just a notice about the cabin and the area. They told me the land used to be part of a logging operation back in the 70s. Shut down after some legal issues. Squatters used the old cabins now and then. They said they'd send someone to check it out. I never heard back. I never went back either. But sometimes I think about the cabin, the silence, the slow footsteps, the hand on the doorknob, and I wonder how many times had that happened before. How many people never made it back to tell the story. I keep that axe in my garage now, not because I think I'll need it, but because I remember the way it felt in my hands that night, when silence wasn't peace anymore, but a warning. That cabin gave me the quiet I wanted, just not the kind I could live with. I needed to get away. I think that's how a lot of stories like this start. But mine wasn't about heartbreak or burnout or any of that poetic crap. I was just tired. Tired of the city, tired of the people, tired of the noise. I worked construction in downtown Indianapolis, and by the time October rolled around, I hadn't taken a real break in almost 2 years. No vacations, no sick days, just concrete, metal, and diesel fumes every single day. So I took a week off, told the guys I'd be back Monday, and if they needed anything, they could call someone else for once. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I booked a private cabin up north near the edge of the Hoosier National Forest. Found it on some rental site I'd never heard of, but the pictures looked decent. Small place, rustic, wooden walls, tin roof, no Wi-Fi. I didn't care. That's exactly what I wanted. The road to get there was rough, all dirt and gravel for the last 6 miles. I drove my old Tacoma, so it handled it fine, but I could tell most cars would have struggled. It was like driving through a tunnel of trees. Every so often, the sun would break through the canopy and flash across the windshield. Felt like I was driving into another world. The cabin was tucked back in a clearing surrounded by tall pines and bare oaks. The trees were already dropping leaves, and the ground was coated in that crunchy, golden carpet you only get in the Midwest around fall. The place was small. 1 floor, maybe 500 square feet, with a little front porch and a woodpile stacked neatly along the side. Inside, it was cozy. 1 room that served as the living room and kitchen, a small bathroom with a compost toilet, and a separate bedroom just big enough for a queen-size bed. No TV, no radio, just a few old books on a shelf and some basic cookware. There was a cast iron stove for heat and a propane lantern on the table. I unpacked the cooler, got the fire going, and opened a beer. It was quiet. Not the kind of quiet you get at night in the suburbs with a faint hum of traffic in the background. I mean quiet. No cars. No people. Just the wind in the trees and the occasional creak of the old wood as it settled. The first night was perfect. I sat on the porch with a blanket around my shoulders and watched the stars come out. They were sharp and cold, like you could reach up and pluck one down if you really tried. I slept like a rock. The second night, things started to feel off. Not scary, not yet. Just off. I was sitting inside reading a dog-eared copy of Hatchet when I heard a noise. A soft thud, like something hitting wood. Then another. I froze for a second and listened. Nothing. Then the sound came again. 2 short thumps, low and dull, almost like a heartbeat under the floor. I figured it was an animal. Raccoon maybe, or a possum. They like to crawl under porches or dig under foundations, especially in the cold. I made a note to check in the morning and went back to reading. But the sound didn't stop. Came and went in bursts. Never loud, never violent. Just a steady thump-thump, always right beneath me, wherever I was in the cabin. If I sat by the stove, it came from there. If I stood in the kitchen, it came from under the floorboards near the fridge. Followed me like a shadow. That night, I lay in bed and listened to it for hours. By morning, I was sure it had to be something stuck down there. A big raccoon, maybe even a stray dog. The cabin was built on cinder blocks with about 2 feet of crawl space underneath. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside, walked around to the back, and crouched down to look under. There was nothing. I mean nothing. No movement. No eyes shining back at me. Not even paw prints in the dirt. The space was completely still. I shined the light across every inch. It looked dry and undisturbed, like no living thing had been down there in years. Still, I wasn't convinced. Animals are sneaky. I figured it had run off before I got there. So I set out some old apple cores and a bowl of water by the opening, hoping to lure whatever it was out. I spent the day hiking a short trail nearby and didn't hear anything while I was out. That night, the thumping was back. Worse than before. It started around 9 p.m., just after I lit the stove. This time, it wasn't just beneath me. It felt like it was everywhere. I'd take a step, and the floor would creak, and right after, there'd be a faint knock, like someone tapping wood from underneath. I crouched down and put my ear to the floorboards. I held my breath. Thump, thump. It was subtle. If you weren't paying attention, you'd miss it. But it was there. Always 2 short knocks, like someone tapping a code. I grabbed the flashlight again and crawled under the cabin. Slower this time, careful to be quiet. I lay in the dirt for over an hour. Nothing moved. The bait was untouched. There were no holes, no nests, no droppings, nothing. Back inside, I pulled up the corner of a rug and examined the floor. The boards were old but solid. I tried knocking back, 2 short raps with my knuckle. Nothing responded. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt like the noise was getting closer, more insistent. At one point, I could have sworn I felt the floor shift under me. Not a tremor, more like a slow, deliberate push from beneath. By the 4th day, I was on edge. I hadn't showered. I'd barely eaten. Every little sound made my skin crawl. I started recording the noises on my phone, but the mic didn't pick anything up. I thought I was losing my mind. That afternoon, I decided to dig. The floor was old pine slats nailed directly to the joists. I took the claw end of the hammer and started prying them up near the stove where the knocking felt the strongest. Took some work, but I got 2 boards loose. What I saw underneath didn't make sense. There was dirt, sure, but there was also a sheet of plywood laid flat across the ground, about 4 feet wide, almost like a makeshift floor below the real one. Someone had covered the crawl space. I cleared more boards and lifted the plywood, and underneath that, more wood. Old boards, rotten, moldy. I pulled those up too. That's when the smell hit me. It wasn't strong, but it was off, like wet earth and iron. The kind of smell that clings to your nose even after you step away. I gagged and kept going. Beneath the second layer of wood was a hole, roughly 4 feet deep, dug out by hand, from the looks of it. No shovels, just claw marks in the dirt, and at the bottom of the hole was a burlap sack. I stared at it for a long time before I moved. It was tied shut with a thin rope and caked in mud. I reached in, my hands shaking, and pulled it out. It was heavy, too heavy. I dragged it outside into the daylight and dumped it on the ground. My heart was pounding. I didn't want to open it. Every instinct in my body told me not to, but I did. Inside were bones. Not old, bleached animal bones. These were fresh, pink, bits of tissue still clinging to them. A jawbone shattered, a femur cracked down the middle, ribs, at least 2 sets, and hair, tufts of dark brown hair, tangled and wet. I backed away and threw up in the grass. Took me a long time to pull myself together. I kept thinking it had to be animals, deer maybe, but nothing about it made sense. Who buries deer in a hand-dug pit under a cabin? And why cover it with layers of boards and plywood? The rest of the day was a blur. I sat on the porch with my hands on my knees and stared at the trees. I didn't know what to do. No cell service, no landline. I thought about driving to the nearest ranger station, but that was almost an hour away, and the sun was already going down. I decided to sleep in the truck that night, doors locked, keys in the ignition. I kept the sack outside, didn't want that smell anywhere near me. Around midnight, I heard the first noise. Not thumping this time, digging, slow, rhythmic, dirt being moved. I lay there frozen, staring at the roof of the truck, listening as something scraped and clawed at the ground beneath the cabin. Not fast, not frantic, just steady. It went on for hours. At dawn, I got out and approached the cabin. There were fresh marks in the dirt where I'd filled in the hole. Something had reopened it. The boards were scattered. The plywood was flipped over, and the sack was gone. I didn't go back inside. I left everything, just got in the truck and drove. I reported what I found to the ranger station. Took them back with me. By the time we got there, the hole was filled again. Smooth, clean, no boards, no sack, no bones. They looked at me like I was nuts. One of the rangers stayed behind to poke around. I gave a statement, filed a report. They said they'd investigate. That was 6 months ago. Last week I got a call. Unknown number. No message. Just silence on the other end. Then 2 knocks. Short, sharp, familiar. I sold the truck the next day. I haven't slept much since. I wasn't supposed to stay there alone. That was never the plan. My cousin Dan was the one who brought up the trip in the first place. He'd found an old hunting cabin through one of his coworkers, who said it was tucked away in the hills somewhere north of Grayling, Michigan. The idea was to go up for a weekend in mid-October, just the 2 of us. Some quiet, fresh air, maybe a little hiking, a fire at night. Just guys being guys. I didn't even ask too many questions. I just said yes. But the day before we were supposed to head up, Dan texted me, "Can't make it. Work emergency. Go if you want. Keys are already at your place." That was it. I should have taken the hint and canceled the whole thing. But I didn't. I'd already taken the time off, already packed the truck with gear, and I was already tired of the noise of my apartment and the city in general. I figured a weekend alone in the woods might do me good. The drive took about 5.5 hours. Long, flat highways gave way to narrower roads lined with trees that looked like they were on fire, reds, oranges, yellows. Eventually, pavement turned into gravel, and the last half hour was nothing but dirt road. No cell service, no signs, just trees and the crunch of tires on packed dirt. The cabin didn't look like much from the outside. Just a small, single-story wooden box with a rusted metal roof, a tiny porch with a broken chair, and windows that looked like they hadn't been cleaned since the 80s. But it was solid. The walls were thick logs, the kind people used when they actually built cabins to last through Michigan winters. Inside, it was basic. One room, not counting the little bathroom that had a composting toilet and a bucket for sink water. A small kitchenette with a propane stove and a counter full of mouse droppings. A twin bed pushed against the far wall, under a single window that looked out into the woods. A wood stove in the middle of the room. No power, no running water, no Wi-Fi. I didn't mind. I unpacked, swept out the corners, sprayed down the counters, and got the stove going. The first night passed quietly. I sat on the small wooden bench outside the door and watched the sun go down, listened to the wind move through the trees. The silence was the kind that pushes in on your ears. You don't realize how loud the world is until you sit somewhere truly quiet. I went to bed around 10, after reading a few chapters from an old paperback I'd brought, the kind with a broken spine and curled pages. The wind picked up overnight, and I woke a few times to branches scraping against the cabin roof. Once, I thought I heard footsteps outside, crunching, slow, deliberate. But when I sat up and held my breath, the sound was gone. I told myself it was probably a deer, maybe a raccoon. The second day, I went for a walk down one of the trails behind the cabin. It wasn't marked, but it was well worn, probably an old logging path. The woods were thick and damp, and my boots sunk into patches of soft ground. I didn't see any other people, no hikers or hunters, no birds either, just the occasional squirrel darting across a fallen log. About a mile in, I found an old tree stand, half collapsed and rotting. I climbed up the few stable rungs and sat there for a while, just listening. The wind moved high in the canopy but didn't reach me. The forest was still. Dead leaves covered the ground like a blanket. When I got back to the cabin, the door was open, just slightly, maybe 3 inches, enough to notice. I stood still for a minute, staring at it. I hadn't left it like that, I was sure of it. I pulled it shut and slid the old latch over. There wasn't a lock, just a wooden bar that hooked into a slot on the frame. It wasn't much, but it was enough to keep the wind out. I walked up slow, quiet. I didn't hear anything inside. I pushed the door open and looked around. Nothing was missing. Nothing moved. The book was still on the bed. The fire was dead. My backpack was untouched. I checked the corners, opened the bathroom door, even looked under the bed. Nothing. I told myself the wind had blown it open. Maybe I didn't slide the latch fully. Maybe I just thought I did. I checked it again that night, twice. The latch slid firm and tight. It hadn't budged when I tugged on the door. I set a coffee mug on the floor in front of the door just in case. If someone tried to open it during the night, I'd hear the mug tip over. That night was colder. I built the fire higher and pulled the blankets tighter. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up to a sound. A short, sharp scraping. Then nothing. I sat up. The mug was still standing. No wind outside. No branches brushing the walls. I didn't sleep much after that. On the 3rd day, I stayed closer to the cabin. I chopped some wood, swept the floor again, made coffee from melted snow. Every so often, I'd look out into the trees, expecting to see someone watching, but I never did. Around noon, I walked around the cabin just to check things out. That's when I found the footprints. They were faint, but they were there. Not mine. Too wide. The heel was deeper, like someone heavier than me. They led from the woods, across the side of the cabin, and around to the back where the bathroom window was slightly open. I hadn't opened it. The composting toilet smelled like rot when sealed. There was no reason to air it out in 30-degree weather. I didn't touch the window. I walked back inside, shut and latched the door, then sat on the bed for a long time with the hatchet in my lap. I felt stupid, paranoid. But the prints were real. The window was real. That scrape I'd heard in the night wasn't my imagination. I decided I'd leave first thing in the morning. As night fell, I didn't light a fire. I didn't want the glow showing through the window. I sat in the dark with my back to the wall, the hatchet still in my hand. Around 11, I finally laid down on the bed, fully dressed, boots on, bag packed and by the door. I don't remember falling asleep, but I must have. I woke up to the sound of wood creaking. Not the roof, not the wind, the floorboards. Slow. One step, then another. I didn't move. I barely breathed. My heart thumped so hard I thought whoever was inside could hear it. The mug was on its side. Whoever it was had come in while I slept. I stayed still, eyes barely open. I didn't see anyone, but I could feel it. Someone was inside. I gripped the hatchet tighter under the blanket. Then the floor creaked again. Closer. I sat up fast, swung the hatchet in a wide arc, hit nothing but air. The room was empty. The door was open again. I ran outside. Cold slapped me in the face. Moonlight spilled over the trees, enough to see the edge of the clearing. Nothing moved. No sound. Then I saw it. A figure, maybe 20 yards away, stepping back into the woods. Just the shape of a man. No details. No face. Then he was gone. I didn't go back inside. I sat on the porch until the sky started to turn gray. Then I got in the truck and drove. I didn't stop until I hit the highway and saw a gas station. I pulled over, sat there with the engine running, and called Dan. I told him everything. He was quiet for a while. Then he said, "Yeah, I probably should have warned you. Guy who owns it had some trouble with squatters last year. Someone was living out there for a while. They thought he left, tore up the place. He caught one of them once, but there were more." I didn't say anything. Then he said, "You okay?" I hung up. That was 6 months ago. I still think about it. Still wake up sometimes thinking I hear someone moving in the hallway. I got deadbolts now. I keep a baseball bat under the bed. The thing is, it wasn't the silence or the cold that scared me. It wasn't even the fact that someone was out there. It was the way he moved, like he'd done it before, like he knew how to avoid the creaky boards, like he'd waited until I was deep asleep, like he'd watched me. I shouldn't have stayed at that cabin alone. I won't ever do it again. I was 38 when I decided I needed to get away from everything. Work was swallowing me alive. Emails, deadlines, meetings, constant noise. Even my apartment felt like it was humming with pressure. I was tired in a way sleep couldn't fix. I kept telling myself I just needed a few days of quiet, to be alone somewhere real, somewhere still, somewhere I could sit and remember who I was before all this started. So I booked a cabin. It was an old hunting place my coworker had told me about months ago, tucked in the woods somewhere in northern Michigan, right outside a town I'd never heard of. No Wi-Fi, no cell service, no neighbors for miles. Just a small lake, a fireplace, and trees that whispered when the wind blew. I drove up on a Thursday morning. It was early fall, and the trees were already turning orange and gold. The 2-lane roads were empty, the sky gray but dry. I passed a few farms, some closed gas stations, and a sign for a firewood stand, but not much else. When I finally turned off the highway and started the long dirt road toward the cabin, I didn't see another car for half an hour. The cabin was older than I expected. It sat back off the road, mostly hidden by pine trees. A small path of flat stones led up to the porch, which sagged slightly on one side. The wood was weathered gray, and the roof was lined with pine needles, but it looked solid. The air was cold and clean, and the only sound I could hear was the soft rustle of trees. I brought in my bags, stacked the food I brought in the kitchen, and lit a fire in the stove with the instructions I'd printed out before leaving. The inside of the cabin smelled like old wood and ash. The floorboards creaked under my feet. There was one bedroom with a narrow bed and a faded quilt, a tiny kitchen with a gas stove, and a front room with a low couch and a chair that faced the fireplace. A small table sat under the window, and a bookshelf with some old paperbacks and yellowing maps stood in the corner. It wasn't pretty, but it was quiet. That first day, I just walked around the area. There was a short trail that circled the cabin and led down to the lake, which was about the size of a football field. The water was calm and cold-looking, surrounded by reeds and low bushes. There was a little dock with a rowboat tied up, though the bottom of it was filled with leaves and rainwater. I stood there a while just listening. Back at the cabin, I made some soup, read a book, and sat by the fire until it got dark. The wind picked up after sunset, and I heard a few thumps on the roof from falling branches or pine cones. The fire crackled and hissed. I fell asleep early, wrapped in a thick blanket, and didn't wake up once during the night. The second day, I woke up feeling better than I had in months. I made coffee, walked the trail again, and sat by the water until my thermos ran dry. I didn't bring my laptop, just a notebook and some pens. I tried writing a bit, then gave up and started sketching the trees instead. My phone, stuffed in my bag and turned off, stayed that way. That night, I went to sleep around 10. The fire had died down, but I didn't feel cold. The quiet felt thicker somehow, not heavy but fuller. I lay on my back in the dark and stared at the ceiling, listening to the faint sounds of the forest. Then I heard it, a thud, then another. Not on the roof this time, on the porch. Slow, deliberate, heavy steps. I held my breath. The steps stopped. I sat up, heart racing. I told myself it was an animal. A raccoon, maybe a deer. Bears possibly, though I hadn't seen any signs. I walked to the front room, barefoot, and peeked through the curtain by the door. The porch was empty. Moonlight made the railing glow faintly. I stared for a long time, eyes scanning every inch of the shadowed porch and the trees beyond. Nothing. I went back to bed, but I didn't sleep well. The next morning, I found something strange. On the porch, just in front of the door, were muddy prints. They looked like boot prints, wide with a defined heel. The mud was dry, like someone had stepped there the night before and left. I checked around the cabin. Nothing else looked off. The windows were still locked. My firewood stack was untouched. But those prints, they hadn't been there before. I would have seen them. I'd swept the porch earlier that day to clear away leaves. I stared at the prints for a long time, then wiped them away with my shoe. That day, I didn't walk the trail. I stayed close to the cabin, chopping wood with the small hatchet I found inside. Even though I didn't really need more, I just needed to keep moving. I kept checking the windows, trying to see if anything was out there. Every squirrel or bird call made my head jerk around. By evening, I was exhausted. I locked the door and dragged the chair across the floor to wedge it under the knob. Even though the lock seemed fine, I didn't care. I sat by the fire until the wood burned low and forced myself to go to bed. That night, I woke up to a tapping sound. Not like the steps from before. This was sharp, repeated, like something hard tapping on glass. It was coming from the kitchen. I lay still, staring at the ceiling again. My heart thudded in my chest. I listened. Tap, tap, tap. I got up slowly, grabbed the flashlight from the side table, and crept down the short hall. I flicked the light on and swept it across the room. Nothing. I checked the window. No marks. No prints. Nothing outside but trees and my own face in the reflection. I turned off the flashlight, went back to bed, and lay there until dawn. The next day, I wanted to leave. I packed up half my things and loaded them into the car. I told myself I was being paranoid. It was an old cabin. Sounds carried weird out here. Animals moved around at night. It didn't mean anything, but I left the bag in the back seat anyway, ready to go. That afternoon, I forced myself to walk down to the lake. I needed to breathe, to think. The path was quiet. The leaves crunched under my boots. It felt almost normal again. I sat on the edge of the dock and watched the water. That's when I saw it. Across the lake, half hidden by trees, something moved. A shape, person, maybe. They were just standing there, still, facing me. I couldn't make out their face. They were too far. I didn't move. Neither did they. After maybe a minute, I stood up. Slowly, the shape disappeared into the trees. I walked back fast. I didn't run, but I wanted to. I kept expecting to hear footsteps behind me. I kept turning around. When I got to the cabin, I locked the door, pulled the shades, and built up the fire. I sat by it with the flashlight in one hand and the hatchet in the other. That night, I didn't sleep at all. Every sound made me flinch. Every creak of the wood felt like footsteps. I stayed in the chair, watching the windows until morning. I left just after sunrise. But when I went to the car, my stomach dropped. The tires were slashed. All four, deep cuts like from a knife. The bag I'd packed was gone from the back seat. The door was open. Stuff was pulled out, scattered on the dirt. I stood there for a long time trying to understand. Then I walked back inside, locked the door again, and sat down. My phone had no service, of course. No landline. I was alone, 10 miles from the nearest paved road. No one was coming. I waited until afternoon, then decided to walk. I packed a small bag with food and water, stuffed a flashlight and the hatchet in it, and set out down the road. I figured I could make it to the highway by evening, but an hour in, I saw something that stopped me cold. Tire tracks, fresh, and boot prints, deep ones, going toward the cabin. I turned around and went back. By the time I got there, the sun was going down. The cabin was dark. The door was open. Inside, everything was trashed. The books from the shelf were torn, the chair flipped over, the blankets slashed. My clothes were ripped and scattered. The firewood was dumped across the floor, but no one was there. I locked the door again, sat in the corner, waited for dark. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. I stayed inside, keeping quiet, moving only when I had to. I kept the fire low, ate from the cans I had left, drank from the lake water I boiled. I waited. On the third day, I heard the truck. A real truck this time, coming down the road. I ran out, waving my arms like a maniac. It was the guy who owned the cabin. He was coming to check on it, he said. Said he usually didn't, but something had been nagging him. I didn't tell him everything, just said someone had broken in. He drove me to town. I reported it. A deputy came by and took a statement. They never found who did it. No fingerprints, no real evidence. They figured it was just a drifter, someone passing through. Said it happened sometimes out there. I didn't argue, but I never went back. I think about it sometimes. What would have happened if I'd stayed just one more night? If I hadn't gone outside that morning? If I hadn't heard the truck? There was no ghost, no monster, just someone out there watching, waiting, and that's the part that still keeps me up at night. I was 38 when I finally took a week off work to clear my head. Life had been grinding me down. Back-to-back meetings, deadlines that kept stacking up like firewood, and a gnawing kind of emptiness that no weekend beer or lazy Sunday could fix. I needed solitude, not some half-assed version of it with my phone buzzing or neighbors grilling 3 feet away. I needed real, bone-deep silence. That's how I ended up in a small cabin in northern Minnesota, about 20 minutes past the last gas station in a town so small it didn't even have a stoplight. The place was listed on some obscure outdoors website. It wasn't on Airbnb or VRBO, and that was part of the appeal. No reviews, no polished photos, just a few low-res shots of a weathered pine cabin next to a lake and a trailhead behind it that disappeared into thick woods. I booked 5 nights. The key was under a rock beside the back steps, just like the owner said it would be. No one was there to greet me. That suited me fine. The cabin was older than I expected, but solid. It had that deep wood smell, pine, a bit of mildew, maybe some dust that had settled in the corners over years of disuse. There was no electricity, only a small solar panel wired to a single light bulb in the kitchen and an ancient Coleman lantern sitting on the counter. A twin mattress in the loft, with stove, propane burner, an outhouse maybe 30 feet away, and a steel bear-proof box for food. It was simple, quiet, remote. The lake out front was still half frozen, the ice thinning into gray patches around the edges. You couldn't hear traffic. No hum of power lines. No nothing, really. Just the cold air and the sound of wind pushing through the tops of the pines. It made my chest feel lighter. I didn't even mind that there was no cell service. That was the whole point. I spent the first 2 days in silence. reading a beat-up novel I found on the cabin's shelf, sipping instant coffee, walking along the lakeshore, cooking canned food over the propane burner. I had brought a journal, but I never touched it. There was nothing to write. I wasn't thinking much. That was good. That was what I needed. On the third morning, I saw the trailhead again. It sat just behind the cabin, marked by a weathered sign nailed into a tree. The words were mostly worn off, the wood bleached gray. I hadn't paid much attention to it before, but now I was restless. I had already walked the lake. I wanted something new. I packed a day bag, water, some trail mix, a light jacket. Brought my pocket knife, not because I thought I'd need it, just out of habit. Slipped my boots on and headed out. The trail was barely there, just a faint path worn down through the underbrush, like it hadn't been walked in years, maybe decades. But the deeper I went, the more defined it became. Trees arched overhead, their bare branches clattering like bones in the wind. The ground was still frozen in spots. Every few steps, I heard the crunch of frost underfoot. About 20 minutes in, I saw the first marker, an old strip of faded orange cloth tied to a low branch. It was sun-bleached and fraying, but it confirmed that someone had once maintained the trail. That made me feel a little more comfortable, even if I hadn't seen a single sign of other hikers. The trail kept winding uphill, not steep, but steady. My breath started to fog as the air cooled. The trees grew denser. Sunlight filtered in less and less. I kept walking. The further I went, the quieter it got. My own footsteps sounded too loud. Even the birds had gone still. At some point, I realized I hadn't seen another trail marker in a while. I stopped and turned in a slow circle. Just trees. The same brown, weathered trunks, the same fallen branches, the same frozen patches of earth. No cloth, no signposts, no obvious turnoffs. Everything looked the same. I wasn't worried yet. I had only been walking an hour, maybe. I had a good sense of direction. I turned around and started back the way I came, trying to follow my own footprints. But they were gone. The ground had thawed a little since I started. Maybe enough to soften the impressions I'd left. Or maybe I had taken a turn without noticing. Either way, the path back wasn't clear. I moved slower now, checking the trees for cloth markers, for anything I recognized. Nothing. I circled again. Still nothing. I took out my water and drank, keeping still. Then I picked a direction, downhill, toward the lake, and started walking. I figured even if I wasn't on the trail, as long as I kept moving down, I'd eventually hit the cabin. But the trees didn't thin. The light didn't change. Every bend looked like the last. Time passed strangely. I wasn't sure if it had been 20 minutes or an hour when I saw the tarp. It was blue, dirty, pinned between two trees like someone had once tried to make a lean-to but never finished. I approached it slowly. The rope was brittle with age, some of it broken and hanging in loops. The tarp flapped weakly in the wind. Beneath it were a few rotting logs set up like a bench, and a backpack, almost hidden under a pile of dead leaves. I pulled it out. It was moldy. The zippers stuck. I forced one open and looked inside. Empty snack wrappers, a rusted tin of sardines, a sock, and a small plastic case with a cracked lid. Inside the case were waterproof matches and a compass. The compass needle spun, then settled wrong. Pointed southeast, then west, then swung again. Broken. I tossed it back in the bag and stood still, trying not to think about the backpack too much. Whoever left it here wasn't coming back for it. That much was obvious. I kept walking, faster now, every rustle behind me making my skin twitch. I was angry at myself for getting turned around, but more than that, I was unnerved. Something about the woods felt off. Not mystical or cursed or anything stupid like that. Just wrong. Like they weren't being truthful. Like they wanted me to think I was going the right way when I wasn't. I don't know how long I walked, but my legs began to ache. My breath turned shallow. I was sweating under my jacket. I stopped to rest and leaned against a tree, trying to calm down. That's when I heard the snapping twig. Clear. Close. Behind me. I turned fast. Nothing. Just trees. But the sound hadn't come from a squirrel or deer. It had been too heavy, too intentional. I stayed still for a long time, ears straining, but nothing followed. No more sound. I kept moving, slower now, watching behind me more than in front. My nerves were raw. I saw the cabin roof through the trees maybe an hour later. Relief washed over me so fast I almost laughed out loud. I practically ran the last stretch. Back inside, I slammed the door and locked it. My hands were shaking. I wasn't sure from what: adrenaline, cold, fear, maybe all of it. I didn't sleep well that night. The next morning, I stayed close to the cabin. Didn't touch the trail again. Chopped some kindling, made soup from a packet. Read the book I'd abandoned. I kept glancing out the window every few minutes, waiting for something. By late afternoon, I started to relax again. I even felt a little foolish. Maybe I'd overreacted. Maybe the compass had just been busted from age, and the sound I heard was just an animal I didn't see. That was all. I told myself that. But when I stepped out to use the outhouse just before dark, I noticed something new. A footprint in the thawing dirt beside the steps. Not mine. Too large, too deep, and barefoot. I crouched, looking at it carefully. The edges were sharp, like it had been made recently. The heel print was wide, the toes splayed. No boot tread, no sock, just a bare human foot. It led away from the cabin and vanished into the woods. I didn't sleep at all that night. I kept the axe beside me, lantern burning low. I didn't hear anything, but I didn't close my eyes either. In the morning, I packed. My reservation had 2 nights left, but I was done. Whatever peace I had come looking for had dried up. I wanted out. I should have been able to drive back the same way I came. But when I reached the road, a tree had fallen across it. Big, fresh, still dripping sap. It hadn't been there before. No chainsaw, no way around. I stood there for a long time, staring at the trunk. Then I turned back and returned to the cabin. I would wait a day, see if anyone came, hike out on foot if I had to. That night I heard movement outside. More than one person. Careful steps. Slow. Circling the cabin. I turned the lantern off. Heart pounding. I pressed my back against the wall, axe in hand. The sound moved to the front, then the side, then silence. Long silence. Then the faintest sound of the doorknob turning. It didn't open. I waited. I didn't sleep. When morning came, I stepped outside with the axe raised. No one, but the footprint was back. Closer now, right beside the cabin. Multiple ones. Still barefoot. Still large. I didn't wait. I grabbed my pack, ditched most of the food, and started hiking the road on foot. I'd been needing to get away. Life had been loud for too long, too full, too chaotic. I wasn't having a breakdown, not really, but I could feel one waiting just around the corner. The city was chewing me up. I was waking up in the middle of the night with my jaw clenched so tight it felt like it would snap. I couldn't sit still for 5 minutes without checking my phone. Work, traffic, noise, constant expectations. It just started to feel like I was drowning in 1,000 little things. So I took a week off and booked a remote cabin I found online. It was in the northern part of Michigan, somewhere past Traverse City, but before you hit the real wilderness. The listing said the cabin was fully off-grid but fully equipped. It looked solid in the pictures, with paneling, a little deck out front, an old but clean kitchen, a stove that ran on propane. The host left a long paragraph about how there was no Wi-Fi, no cell signal, and no contact for miles. That was the selling point. I needed silence. I drove up there the first week of October. I remember because the leaves were already past their peak color, and it had started to look like the trees were bleeding out. Red and orange everywhere, but muted, like the light was pulling back early for the year. The further north I drove, the more the roads narrowed. First 2 lanes, then 1, then gravel, then finally dirt. I followed the directions the host emailed me because the GPS cut out about 45 minutes before I got there. Took me down a narrow road that looked like it hadn't been used in weeks. Wet leaves stuck to the windshield. Pine needles tapped against the undercarriage. I had to slow to a crawl to avoid bottoming out. When I pulled up to the cabin, it was almost 4 p.m. The sun was already falling low. The place was smaller than it looked in the pictures, but sturdier too. Thick logs stacked together, moss and age darkening the wood in places. The deck was covered in a carpet of pine needles. There were no footprints. It was completely silent. No birds, no wind. Just the faint creak of trees as they swayed in place like they were barely tolerating the season. I parked beside the cabin, turned off the engine, and sat there for a minute with my hands on the wheel. The silence hit me like pressure. No traffic, no buzz. It was almost disorienting, like the world had just decided to hit pause. That was what I'd come for, but it still made me hesitate. Felt too quiet. I unpacked quickly, just a backpack, some dry food, a couple of frozen meals I brought in a cooler, a journal I never wrote in, and a few paperbacks I pretended I'd finally get around to reading. There was no electricity except a single solar-powered battery that could charge one or two things if the weather was good. The stove ran on propane, and there was a pump for well water. The host had left me a jug of filtered drinking water. There was a composting toilet out back in a little outhouse. The cabin itself was one room, bed in the corner, a table, 2 chairs, shelves with some pots and pans, and a wood stove. Simple, cold at first, but it held heat once I got the fire going. The first night, I slept better than I had in months. No sirens, no notifications, no blue light. I sat on the deck after dinner and just listened. Nothing moved in the trees. Nothing called out. The forest out here didn't feel wild. It felt ancient and still and heavy, like it had been waiting a long time for someone to return. I wrapped myself in a blanket and stayed out there until the moon cleared the treetops. When I finally went to bed, I was asleep within minutes. The next morning, I made coffee on the propane stove and watched the steam rise through the window. I didn't even check my phone out of habit because there was no signal. I just sat, watching the forest, watching the light move through the branches. I thought about maybe walking some of the old logging trails I'd seen on the drive-in, but I ended up just staying close to the cabin. The quiet made it easy to forget the rest of the world. I chopped some firewood the host had stacked under a tarp, split a few logs to keep the stove fed. I wrote a few lines in the journal. Nothing deep, just a few words about how peaceful everything was. But even then, something didn't feel right. Not wrong exactly, just off. It was the second night when I heard the sound. It wasn't loud, just a soft crunching outside the cabin, near the back wall. I froze where I was, sitting at the table with a book open. The fire crackled quietly. I waited, not even breathing, just listening. The crunch came again, slow, deliberate steps. Leaves, maybe twigs. Something moving around the cabin. Could have been a deer, I told myself, or a raccoon. I stood up carefully and moved toward the window by the bed. I peeked through the corner, trying not to fog the glass. Nothing, just darkness. I waited for a while longer, ears straining, heart beating too loud. Then silence. I went back to my chair eventually. Didn't sleep as well that night. Something had walked around the cabin, but I never saw it. Never heard it leave either. The next morning, I found footprints. Not boot prints, not hooves, just soft impressions in the wet leaves. Barefoot, human. They circled the back of the cabin and disappeared into the woods. My stomach sank when I saw them. They were wide like a man's and deep, whoever it was had weight to them. The tracks weren't old. They hadn't filled with water or dried out. They were fresh. I stood there for a long time just staring at them. There was no reason for anyone to be out here. None. The nearest cabin was miles away. The nearest road was half an hour down a dirt trail barely wide enough for a single car. I didn't know what to do. There was no signal, no way to call anyone. I considered packing up and driving back down to the town I passed through the day before, but the thought of that road again, narrow, washed out, full of blind corners, made me hesitate. I didn't want to seem paranoid either. Maybe it had just been some hiker who got lost, though I hadn't seen any trailheads or markers. I tried to shake it off. I really did. I spent the afternoon inside, reading, but I kept glancing toward the window. I left the axe inside. I put the heavy iron fire poker next to the door. I didn't go out to the outhouse after dark. I just used a bottle and dumped it in the morning. I listened. I watched. I waited. The third night, it came back. It was almost midnight when I heard the steps again. Not loud, just steady. Same sound. Leaves, slow crunching, circling the cabin. I sat up in bed, heart thudding in my ears. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The steps moved around the back, then stopped. I waited for what felt like an hour, muscles locked, listening for any sound. Then, without warning, a soft tap on the window. I didn't scream. I didn't move. Just sat there, staring into the dark, afraid to even blink. The tapping came again, then stopped. After a long time, I got up, still silent, and crept to the window. I didn't look out. I didn't want to meet a face staring back. I just waited. Eventually, I fell asleep from pure exhaustion, still in my clothes, axe by the bed. When I woke up, there were more prints. This time they circled the whole cabin close to the walls. A few came up to the steps, then turned back. Still barefoot, still alone. No tracks leading in or out. Just the prints, like someone had materialized from the trees, walked in a slow circle, then vanished. I decided to leave that morning. I packed everything quickly and shoved it into the car. I didn't clean the cabin, didn't leave a note, just got in and drove. The road was worse going down than I remembered. I had to inch along in some places where the ruts had filled with water. The forest felt too close, like it was trying to lean in and get a better look. When I finally got a signal, I pulled over and called the county sheriff's office. Told them what happened. They said they'd send someone to check the cabin. I never heard back. That was 3 weeks ago. Here's the part that sticks with me, the part one can't get out of my head. When I got home and unpacked everything, I noticed something strange in my bag, something I didn't bring with me. It was a small carving, rough wood about the size of my palm. It looked like a man, but the face was smoothed out, like someone had scraped it away. I stared at it for a long time. I didn't remember seeing it at the cabin. I didn't remember putting it in my bag, but it was wedged between my shirts, like it had been placed there. I threw it out immediately. I didn't want it in my house. There's nothing supernatural about this. I know that. There's no ghost, no curse, no demon. Just a person. Someone living out there, maybe watching people come and go. Maybe more than one. Maybe someone who never left. And the worst part is, no one will believe you unless they've been there too. That's why I'm writing this now, just in case someone else books that same cabin, chasing the same silence I thought I needed. Because the quiet out there isn't peaceful. It's watching, waiting, and if you go, don't leave the axe outside. I didn't plan on going up there that weekend. I had told myself I'd skip the woods this time, that I'd finally just sit on the couch and let the weekend slip by with a six-pack and whatever was left in my streaming queue. But when Friday morning came and I saw that email from my boss about moving Monday's deadline up, I knew I needed the cabin more than ever. There's something about stress that makes me want to disappear into silence. And the old place off Black Birch Road had plenty of that. The cabin wasn't much. Just a one-story log shell with a tin roof, a wood stove, and a screened-in porch that looked out over a sloped clearing. I'd bought it cheap years ago from some guy who said his dad built it in the 70s and then stopped going up after some bad luck. I remember how he'd said that part, almost like a joke, but with something else under it. Didn't matter. I got it for less than the price of a used car, and with a little fixing, it became my escape. Friday evening, I packed a bag with 2 pairs of jeans, a flannel shirt, thermals, socks, a flashlight, a knife, a small hatchet, and my .38 revolver. I don't usually take the gun, but with everything going on lately, break-ins in the county, that strange story about hikers going missing out near the ridge, I figured it was better to bring it. I also threw in a cooler of food, a six-pack, and a small first aid kit. By the time I hit the gravel stretch of Black Birch Road, the sun had already dipped behind the trees. The road twisted and climbed for 6 miles before leveling out. The trees grew thicker there, mostly pine and oak, and the air got colder. The road ended in a small circle where the dirt turned to moss. I parked the truck, killed the engine, and sat there for a second, letting the silence press in. Then I grabbed my gear and walked the last 30 yards down a narrow footpath to the cabin. It looked the same as always. Dark wood, a little sag on the right side of the roof, and the small square chimney poking up at the back. I unlocked the door, stepped inside, and flipped the switch. Nothing, right? I'd forgotten the batteries for the solar light system were probably dead. I pulled out my flashlight, turned it on, and walked through the cabin slowly, checking the corners and making sure nothing had been disturbed. The air smelled dry, pine wood, dust, and that faint trace of mouse droppings that never really went away no matter how much I cleaned. I set the cooler in the small kitchen, dropped my bag on the bed in the single back room, and cracked a beer. For the first time all week, I let myself exhale. That night, I lit the wood stove, read for an hour under the flashlight, and then went to bed. I slept hard, the kind of sleep you can only get when you're miles away from anyone, when the world's gone completely still. Saturday morning was cold. I stepped outside to pee and saw frost on the grass. My breath clouded in front of me. The woods were quiet. I could hear a few birds somewhere deeper in, but not much else. I drank coffee on the porch and watched the sun crawl over the trees. Around noon, I decided to go for a walk down the old logging trail that started behind the cabin. I strapped on my boots, took the knife and gun, and headed out. The trail wasn't marked, just a worn path through the trees, mostly overgrown now. I'd walked it before, maybe a dozen times, but never all the way. It wound through the woods and curved around the base of a hill where the trees got thicker. I'd always turned back by the time I reached the rusted water tank someone had left out there years ago. This time, I went past it. I kept walking for about an hour, my boots crunching through dead leaves and small branches. The trail narrowed until it was barely more than a game path. I saw deer tracks in the mud, a few piles of scat, maybe coyote. The air smelled like damp bark and old moss. Eventually, I reached a small clearing. It was maybe 30 feet across, surrounded on all sides by dense brush. Right in the middle, I saw something strange. An old hunting blind, half collapsed, with the metal frame sticking out at odd angles. It looked like it hadn't been used in years. I walked over, pushed aside the brush, and crouched down. Inside, I found wrappers, a torn glove, and a small folding stool with one leg missing. Nothing unusual, just a place some hunter probably used before it fell apart. Still, something about it made me uneasy. Maybe it was the silence, or how the trees seemed to press in tighter the longer I stood there. I don't know. I stayed a few minutes, then headed back. That night, I made dinner, beans and sausage on the camp stove, and sat out on the porch again. The stars came out, clear and sharp through the black sky. I finished another beer, then turned in early. Sometime around 2 a.m., I woke up. First, I didn't know why. Then I heard it, a soft crunching sound. Footsteps, maybe 20 feet outside the cabin. I stayed still, listening. The sound moved slowly, just past the porch. Then it stopped. I reached for the gun on the nightstand. My heart was hammering in my chest. I held my breath, straining to hear. Nothing. I slid out of bed, crept to the window and looked out. The moon was high, casting a dull glow across the clearing. I didn't see anything at first. Then I caught movement, just a flash, something slipping between two trees. It wasn't a deer, too upright, too careful. I stayed by the window for nearly an hour watching, but nothing else moved. Eventually, I lay back down, the revolver on my chest, and waited for morning. When the sun came up, I went outside. I walked the edge of the clearing, scanning the ground. I found footprints near the back, boot prints size 11 maybe, same as mine but not mine. They led from the woods, skirted the cabin, then disappeared back into the trees. Someone had been watching. I spent the next hour checking the cabin. I made sure the windows were locked, the doors secure. Then I sat with the gun and tried to think. This wasn't like before. I'd had animals come close, even had a drunk hiker stumble onto the property once years back. But this felt different, deliberate. Could have left right then. Should have, maybe. But something in me didn't want to be driven out. I told myself it was probably a hunter who wandered too far, or a lost camper. I decided to stay one more night, but I wouldn't sleep. I'd sit up and watch. If they came back, I'd see them. That night, I turned off all the lights and sat in the dark with the gun on my lap. I kept the window cracked so I could hear better. For hours, nothing happened. Then, a little after midnight, I heard it again. This time, it was slower. One step, then another, then stillness. I sat frozen, listening. The sound came from the back, near the woods. I turned toward the rear window and stared out. And then I saw it. A man, maybe 30 yards out, standing half behind a tree. He wasn't moving, just standing there watching the cabin. I didn't move. I didn't blink. I just watched. After maybe a minute, he turned and walked back into the woods. No hurry, just gone. I didn't sleep. I didn't move until the sun came up. When it did, I grabbed my bag, loaded the gun, and walked straight to the truck. I didn't bother with the cooler or the food. I started the engine and drove, tires spinning on the moss before gripping. I didn't stop until I reached the highway. I reported it when I got home, called the sheriff, told him someone was stalking near my cabin. He sent a deputy out to check. They found the prints, said they'd keep an eye out. I didn't go back for 3 months. When I finally did, it was late spring. The woods were greener, fuller. The cabin looked fine from the outside. I went in, checked everything. Nothing broken, nothing taken. But when I walked into the bedroom, I stopped cold. On the pillow, right where I'd slept last, was a single piece of paper, folded once. I opened it. No writing, no markings, just a fresh, clean sheet. That scared me more than anything else. Whoever it was, they'd been inside, and they wanted me to know. I haven't been back since. I sold the cabin a month later to a guy from out of state. Got less than I paid, but I didn't care. Sometimes I still wonder who it was, and why they were there, but I've stopped needing answers. The woods don't care about you. They don't owe you peace. And sometimes, when you go looking for quiet, something else finds you instead. Something real, something watching, and that's all it takes to make sure you never go back. I drove alone through the winding mountain road that morning in October. The leaves were just starting to turn, shades of orange and red curling at the edges. The air had that crisp snap to it. My windows were cracked just enough to let in the smell of the trees. I hadn't seen another car for at least an hour. That's how I liked it. The cabin was an old one, about 3 miles off a narrow gravel road that branched off the main highway. I'd rented it for a week through an old listing I found in a backwoods forum, the kind that doesn't let you pay with a card. I sent a check and got a map in return. No GPS coordinates, just a scribbled sketch with mileage and landmarks. Felt sketchy, but something about it pulled me in. I think I wanted the quiet more than I realized. The listing had said the cabin was built in the 50s and never updated. That was part of the charm. No power, no cell signal, just a wood stove and a hand pump out back for water. I packed dry goods, a cooler with ice blocks, a hand-cranked radio, a good flashlight, and a pistol I barely knew how to use. I wasn't worried. I'd grown up hiking and camping, and this was just a slower version of that. No tent to set up, just me and a roof. It was around noon when I pulled up to the clearing. The cabin sat quiet in a bowl of trees, its roof sagging slightly under years of snow and storms. The porch creaked when I stepped on it. I walked around first, checking for signs of animals or people. Nothing, just scattered pine needles and an old metal washtub leaning against the siding. Inside, it smelled like dust and wood smoke. The windows were small and dirty, but they let in enough light. The furnishings were exactly what you'd expect. One metal-framed bed with a lumpy mattress, a table with mismatched chairs, a wood stove with a pile of dry logs stacked neatly beside it. The air was cool, and I knew it would get cold fast once the sun dipped. I set my bag down and got to work unpacking. There wasn't much to do after that. I walked a few hundred yards in each direction to get my bearings. The woods were dense, but I found a small stream not far downhill. I could hear it faintly if the wind blew the right way. I filled a bucket there and set it by the stove. I cooked some beans over the fire that night and read by flashlight until my eyes gave out. I slept hard that first night, but not long. Around 2 a.m., I woke up sweating. The fire had gone out, and the cold settled into my bones. I sat up, heart racing for no good reason. The woods outside were dead quiet. I didn't hear any wind, no rustling leaves, no animals. It was like the world outside the cabin had stopped. I got up, threw on a sweatshirt, and stoked the fire back to life. The light danced against the log walls, and I sat in front of it for a while, just staring. I told myself it was the isolation getting to me. I'd only been there one day. The next morning, I found something strange about 20 feet from the cabin. Boot prints, just a single line of them, deep in the soft dirt, leading from the tree line to the back of the cabin. I hadn't gone around back yet, not since I first checked in. My heart dropped a little when I saw the prints, but they were dried and cracked at the edges. Maybe from before I got there. The wind had picked up overnight. They could have been old, uncovered by the breeze. Still, I circled the cabin twice. Nothing looked disturbed. I had locked the front door from the inside. The windows were all closed. I tried to shrug it off, but I couldn't. I took the pistol from my bag and slipped it into the waistband of my jeans. I spent that day chopping wood, keeping my hands busy. I thought about leaving, but I knew how ridiculous I'd sound trying to explain it to someone. Boot prints near my cabin wasn't exactly compelling evidence of danger, but I started to notice small things. Branches broken chest high, small piles of rocks stacked neatly near the trail I used to get water, a thin strip of white cloth caught on a tree limb like a torn shirt sleeve. Little things that added up. That night, I barricaded the door with a chair. It was flimsy, but it gave me some peace of mind. I left the pistol next to me on the floor and barely slept. On the third day, I hiked farther than before. I wanted to clear my head and maybe convince myself I was imagining everything. I followed the stream uphill where it narrowed and moved faster. I found a few old animal tracks, nothing fresh. Then, about 2 miles in, I found the remains of a camp. It was old, maybe a year or more, but someone had been there. A rusted pot, half buried in dirt. A torn sleeping bag, sun-bleached and shredded at the seams. More boot prints around the fire pit, but smaller than the ones I saw near the cabin. The weird part was that there were bones, animal bones I think, but they were arranged in a circle like some kind of sign. Not a cult, nothing that obvious. Just deliberate. I left fast after that. The woods felt tighter on the way back, like the trees leaned in closer. I couldn't hear birds anymore, just my own boots crunching on leaves and my breath in the air. I didn't stop until I reached the clearing. That evening, I checked the edge of the woods every 10 minutes. Couldn't help it. I ate a cold meal and kept the fire small. I didn't want to draw attention. When the sun went down, the silence became unbearable. It's one thing to be alone. It's another to feel like you're being watched while you are. Around midnight, I heard movement outside. Not a deer or a raccoon. Heavy steps, slow and steady, coming from the trees behind the cabin. I killed the fire and waited. The footsteps stopped just out of sight. I couldn't see anything through the windows, too dark. Then I heard it, wood creaking. The back steps. Someone was back there. I raised the pistol and aimed it at the door. My hands were shaking. I held it for nearly 20 minutes, heart pounding, barely breathing. But nothing happened. No knock, no break-in. Eventually, the noise stopped. I didn't sleep. I sat on the floor all night with the gun in my lap. In the morning, I finally went out. There were new boot prints behind the cabin. Same size, same tread. I followed them back toward the woods, but they disappeared about 50 feet in. like whoever made them had walked backward or brushed them away. That's what finally did it. I packed up everything as fast as I could, but the car wouldn't start. The engine clicked, but nothing turned over. I opened the hood. I'm not a mechanic, but even I could tell the battery cables had been cut. Clean, deliberate. I stood there, staring at them, breath fogging in the cold air. I knew then I wasn't imagining anything. Someone didn't want me to leave. I had no cell signal, no phone. No one knew exactly where I was, not even my brother, who thought I was somewhere near Asheville. I remembered the stream, how it led downhill. Water usually finds a road, eventually. I loaded a backpack with food, water, my flashlight, the pistol, and a knife. I left everything else behind. I started walking. I followed the stream for hours. My legs ached, and my back throbbed from the weight of the pack. I stopped only to drink and piss. The woods never opened up. If anything, they got denser. I lost the sun around 3 p.m. when the clouds rolled in. Then the rain started, light at first, then steady, soaking me through in minutes. At dusk, I found something worse than the footprints. A wire, chest-high, strung between two trees, barely visible unless you were looking for it. If I hadn't ducked under a branch, it would have caught me right across the neck. My stomach dropped. It was a snare, or at least something close to it. Not for animals. I kept going, slower now, every sense on fire. I didn't stop for anything, even when I tripped and scraped my shin open on a rock. I didn't stop until I saw the cabin again. Not mine, a different one. It was smaller, cruder, looked hand-built from scavenged wood and sheet metal. Smoke drifted from a pipe stuck through the roof. The windows were covered with black plastic bags. There was no trail to it, no drive, just trees and quiet. I crouched and watched for a long time. No movement, no sound but the fire crackling inside. Whoever lived there wasn't out hunting or chopping wood. They were inside. I thought about sneaking up, trying to get a look, but something told me not to. Something deep and primal screamed at me to leave. So I did. I turned around, made my way uphill, and didn't stop until I reached a ridge. From there, I saw headlights, tiny, far off. A ranger truck maybe, or a logging vehicle. I didn't care. I waved my arms, screamed, even though I knew they couldn't hear me. But the road meant hope. I made my way toward it, scrambling down the ridge, tearing my hands on brush and thorns. Took another 3 hours, but I reached it. Just as the sun was rising, a truck rolled by, and I stumbled into the middle of the road. The driver hit the brakes and jumped out, cursing and rushing toward me. He took me to a station about 15 miles away. I didn't tell him everything, just that my car broke down and I got lost hiking. He called a tow and gave me coffee. The battery cables really had been cut. I never reported the cabin I saw. I didn't want to be involved.